Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Good day after Christmas to you. Hello. Bryce. Hello and welcome. Polly. Good to see you. Data. Good to see you as always. Starry. Hello. Groudon. Hello. Says hello, hello, hello. Apple Market. I don't have Apple Market on blast, but I can play the credits. But Apple Market will come on. I'm pretty sure it's in the random rotation for the day. Every day, to be fair. Let me see. We gotta make sure before we get way too into it. Yeah, it's in the rotation. All right, I am putting together a basic scene here. Cheap viewers, god damn. Remove the space. I don't know what that means. You're banned.
I'm not interested.
How's anyone supposed to figure out that cryptic logic? Alright, I got the wrong blender open too. Alright, let me just solve this problem right now. I'm a Blender 5.0 kind of guy. I've moved on. Bitch, I showed up for free. Dang. That's a good one, says. Actually, that's a pretty damn good one. Dang. Alright, we won't be accidentally booting up the wrong blender anymore because I removed it. Now we should only be booting up Blender 5. The blenderiest blender. That is one big ass file. Holy shit. All right. Well, welcome in. Today is the day we are doing first day of our Megaman Legends project. I don't know how long it's going to take. I assume it's going to take more than one day. I predict it'll probably take about 3 for us to get through this. But we are going to lean in. We're going to trust the process. And I'm just going to kind of walk you all through how I would tackle a task like this from start to finish. So let me get in here. I'm making a new scene here for us really fast. This should be a lot of fun, though, I suspect. I don't think it's going to take too long, mainly because the style in itself is so restrictive. And I think that's part of what's going to contribute to our version not taking as long. That's the plan. It's made of a lot of cubes. There's a lot of cubes involved. And some face geometry. So we're going to block everything out today. Probably do the UVs if possible. Where the hell is my Blender? It says I already have a source for Blender, but I don't see it anywhere. Game capture? No. Display capture? No. Window capture? Also no. It's not video capture. I really have no clue. All right, let me drag this down. There we go. There we go. So, in any instance where I am going to try and match a style, I'm going to have reference for that style. So I took advantage of the models resource because it's a great place to find extracted content, especially for low poly. So let me jump over here for you. So I went to the models resource and I went to the Megaman Legends section and I went to the Megaman Legends section 2. And this is such a great resource for finding how it was done and having access to the ripped source. Now it's important to remember when you're looking through these resources that sometimes the extraction process is imperfect. But in most cases, this will give you more than enough information to be able to see and appreciate and learn from the original source material. So in my instance, I downloaded one model over here. we are going to attach the textures to this as well. I have to get used to navigating here real fast. It's been a hot second. So we are going to attach the textures here so we can get a good look at how everything is set up. And then we're going to keep this role in the scene. And we are going to evaluate our own production based on this. So let's go ahead and go to shading. Perfect. So we can see that the actual OBJ already has the textures connected, which is pretty nice. And we can see that it seems to be broken down into chunks. It's likely that these chunks were actually broken down this way in the source files. So let's go ahead and check that out. Now, the first thing you're going to notice when we look over this stuff, if we go back to modeling, I'm going to go ahead and turn on the textures. One thing we're immediately going to know is if we take a close look, let's get out of edit mode. If we take a close look, this just doesn't look right. And that's because we're viewing it with some amount of material shading involved. So instead of taking my scene and doing something like making the entire scene unlit, it's going to make it too difficult to work on my own models. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to shading, and instead of using the principled BSDF, I'm going to use the there's like basically an unlit version. I believe it's just emissive. So if I just type in emissive color, there we go. And now let's go ahead and set this to non-color. Let's see what we can do to get this to look right, because she's going to come out looking pretty bright, which we don't want. And I think it's because of the emissive right now. So let's try this again. Double check in here. Might also need to be, and I haven't done this in a hot second. So I'm going to grab this, type that into the emissive color. Let's see. What was it called here? Well, I know we can do our render. And we can go to color, wherever color is. Diffuse light? No. Diffuse color, perhaps? I know, specular color. That's awkward. But this actually looks more accurate to what we expect. So that's nice. So this is what it should look like, because at the time, a lot of everything was unlit. So let's do a little inspecting here. Let's go back over here. Yeah, you can see there's a little bit of lighting that's coming off. And I believe it has to do with this. So we're just going to turn the strength down. That already looks better. There we go. Blender has a weird color space set up in the output tab. Yeah, I kind of feel it. The color space seems different. Are we talking over here? Like, let's take a look here. Color management. I don't know if any of this will affect it immediately. I would want to make sure that there is no post-processing happening. Let me see if I can adjust any of these to get a result. Hey, what's up, Boop? White balance, don't want that. Metadata, don't care about that. Batty, hey, what's up? Stick it into cycles? No. I don't think it's too much of an issue. Let's go over here. Let's grab our texture. Let's take a look. Under color management. Let me turn this off real fast. Under color management in the camera tab. Ah. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, yeah, you definitely don't want... You don't want aces. You don't want this kind of stuff. You probably want standard in all instances. And you don't want to modify this with any looks. You want it exactly as it was. This is going to show you what the source files are. And if we look at the texture and we compare these reds over here, we're getting a nice output here. So it's feeling good. Now, the only thing I'm concerned about at the moment when I'm looking at my textures is I'm seeing, well, number one, I'm seeing the low resolution version of her, which I think is highly adorable. I don't think a lot of people think about this, but when you're playing the game, there is a very low poly version that shows up on the screen. And this is the texture for her hat and her face and her head. And they're extremely low poly. They're like 50 triangles or something like that. It's hilarious. Take a look the next time you're playing. It's wonderful. But yeah, you can always find these little silly faces hidden, and they're not silly faces. They're actually texture maps. Thank you for the follow. All right, so I have my startup file set to the standard by default. Yeah, that's super smart. I definitely will do that. Okay, I keep holding shift or alt like a doofus and snapping it down. Okay, so the little Pooh Bear. Yeah, the textures are really charming. You can find lots of hidden stuff in here. And this stray pixel. Hey, what's up, Neo? So yeah. Okay, so we got that sorted out. This one is from Megaman Legends 2. So we got that sorted out. I keep holding Alt. It's gonna take a minute for me to get used to... Should stop holding Alt. Yeah, I was gonna talk about. I was just trying to remember, but going in here, just so everyone knows, going in here and finding, what is it? Taking your image, your texture, and changing it to nearest neighbor. Because it's usually going to be bilinear, right? Or some form of bilinear. They call it closest. Great. I'm glad we're coming up with new random bullshit. Thanks, Blender. Yeah, much better. Much better. And then we're also missing, as you can see here, there's these black pixels. And so these are going to be our alpha pixels. Now, she probably does not have a lot of alpha on her at all. Alpha was actually pretty expensive at the time. So it's worth remembering that using a ton of it, not the cheapest thing to do because it's going to render everything on top of it and then everything behind it you cut through. But masking pixels is not as costly as transparent pixels. So it's not going to cost a lot, but it is one of those things that you had to be wary of at the time. When I was working, I was usually encouraged to cut corners as much as possible. In other words, not have the actual alpha if you could avoid it. So we'll go back to shading. Track that off.
V has come too.
Okay, thank you for the follow. So we're gonna grab the alpha, drop it in here. And then now, we've hooked up our alpha. We should be able to go back to modeling. It's ads coming in 2 minutes. So now we can see that those pixels have been culled from the render. And we now have that rounded bill cap that she has. So that's probably the only portion in her entire texture that has that actually happening. And we can probably prove that by going over here and seeing if there is a way in here to view the actual channels. I don't remember if there is off the top of my head. Let's see. It's RGB, that's good, that's good. Metadata, we don't care. Let me open up Affinity, because I know I can show it off in Affinity. Now it's worth remembering. You guys can't see Affinity yet. Give me 1 second to get everything loaded, and I'll change the screen over. It's worth remembering that back in the day, not every tool or pipeline used the alpha channel in the texture. So it's definitely worth remembering that that was not always the case. So some games I know actually used specific key colors like hot pink or neon green, a color that would never show up in the actual game. And then those were pulled out at runtime or in process when they were packed. So if we pop it open, you can see in here that this is the area of the hat. Okay. Scooch this off to the side. Doink. I keep hitting Alt. This is gonna be yikes moment for me. Okay. Go here. Grab this. Zoom in. And so you can see these polygons that they cut down and go here. And then if we come over here, you can see they're doing their absolute best. Instead of doing this, which if we do this, grab my tool here. Instead of running them out like this, which is going to bring the bill in, they have them further in. So you can see the difference on how it affects the overall shape of the bill of the hat. And of course, you could bring it all the way in and then outline the hat. But they're not necessarily doing that. They're letting just a little bit of the alpha take care of that, which is fine. So that's a good thing to note. We are probably going to have to do a little bit of alpha on Ashley's bangs, is my expectation. I think that's probably the only place we'll have to do it. Cool. Let's close that. Yo, Neo, thank you for the 10 watch streak. Thank you, thank you. So this is one of those things that was really of the time for the PlayStation console itself, where the N64 had the bilinear filtering turned on by default, and it was something that never got turned off. The PlayStation opted not to have that kind of filtering, and that's what gave the PlayStation its unique, crunchy look. The PlayStation itself was more known for its pixelated look and feel. And one thing that you may not know, but you're going to know now, is that when the PlayStation came out, there was a really big push at the start of its life for everything to be 3D. So there's a reason why a lot of games came out on the PlayStation that were the very first quote-unquote 3D iteration of the game. And the same kind of thing happened for the Nintendo 64. There was a big push that said, you know, we don't really want games to be 2D anymore. We have a console to sell, and we want to sell the 3D features of that console. And in order to convince people to buy it, in order to convince parents and kids that this is something new and worth owning, we need to show them that 3D is the powerhouse. It's the real engine that's running everything. So there was a lot of games that were being produced that were just, you know, let's make it 3D because they're not going to let us put a 2D game on there. And I know what you're thinking, Merc, obviously there are 2D games on many of those systems. Yeah, obviously. So one of the things that was happening back then as well was PlayStation became a lot more lenient about allowing 2D products on the system because they wanted to grow their library, and they were also competing with the N64. And doing that allowed them to produce a lot of really great games that we obviously got later on, but you'll still get a feeling for a lot of products out there. For example, Final Fantasy Tactics is a great example. It has a lot of pixel artwork in it, but it's using 3D environments, right? So you can kind of feel towards the early first year or so, first 2 years or so of the console's lifespans for both the PlayStation and the N64, that there was a really heavy push for 3D in a lot of those titles. And then those titles, it became more lenient for games using only 2D resources to come out. Obviously, we have some great Castlevania games, things like that. So those titles obviously fell into that spectrum of, you know, let's let 2D stuff exist because we have to. So we can really see a few interesting things about the model that's going on here. They're using a lot of great baked lighting. One thing you can tell is they're using multiple shades around the hair, but for the clothing, they're only using one. So this is worth noting. Additionally, you can tell that lighting is coming top down, which is very classic for any unlit model. Doing any sort of baked in lighting, the light source almost always comes from above. But something that's really cool, something that's really clever about Mega Man Legends is if we swing to the side and we swing to the back, you can see there's also a general shading on her body that is anything that's not front lit or even slightly side, but everything that's back facing over here, back of her shoulders, the back of her shirt, her butt, the back of her legs, these all get this shadow placed towards the back. And you can really see this on Tronbon, and we'll take a look at some other models, but we're just sort of investigating this one at the moment. But you can really see that they put the shadow towards the back. It's a very clever trick, too. And one thing that makes it really clever is that these four-sided legs They're just cubes. These four-sided legs have a little bit of the curvature drawn in, which is fantastic. It's such a great trick. It gives the illusion that there's a little more going on here than there actually is. It's very subtle, but it's very powerful. Same with the knees. Little trick here, little shadow under the knee. And of course, the shadow doesn't stretch up into the polygons that form the knee, which will be stretched when the leg is deformed. We're also dealing with a time and place where this kind of connection was rare. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab the original Mega Man Legends roll. I'm going to grab roll here. And this roll from Mega Man 1, Mega Man Legends 1, is going to include her game model and her cutscene model. So let's go in here. So let's grab this. I'm going to extract this real fast and then import it. So here we have this absolutely jumbo version. Sorry. Well, why would it not have? Of course it has higher. It's the whole point of having a separate model. Okay. Boink. Okay. Keep fucking this up because I haven't used this in a few days. Here we go. So let's grab here. So we'll plug in our alpha. Okay, we'll go from linear to closest so we can get that same crunchy look. Big changes going on here. Big changes. All right, I'm gonna grab that. Scooch it over. And then we'll go back to modeling. Oh, sorry, I've got to do... There we go. So here we can see some pretty big changes in the style, which I think is fine. I don't personally have a problem with that kind of change. I think effectively they come in the same visual range, visual shapes, right? But we're seeing some different tricks being implemented. And if we go in here, we can see that they're not actually using connected meshes between the two. So here's Mega Man Legends 2. They're actually using vertex skinning. So they're skinning these to different joints. And one thing that was really common back then was skinning was very costly, extremely costly. So most of the time they didn't skin anything less than 100%. And so that's why we have this sort of open joint here, where we just collide two pieces of geometry together, and we don't have to worry too much about it. They did actual skinning in the next game, but in this game, They had found ways in the PlayStation architecture to do skinning that was slightly cheaper, but even on the PlayStation, the idea of doing skinning where you did anything less than, say, 100%, i.e. when you grab a face, that face can only move relative to the bone 100%. There was no, this vert moves 50%, this vert moves 25%, that kind of stuff. It didn't exist at the time. It was way too costly. I mean, it could be done, but there was no reason to do it, simply because it just wasn't worth it, right? The expense on the hardware was way too much. So keep that in mind. So when we look at these models, we have to consider that they come from, arguably at the time, two different eras because of how quickly those eras were changing, how much was happening in that time period. So obviously they were trying to push different ideas and different technology. So again, if we look at her arm, we can see her elbows here. And this is the skinned version. Okay. So when her arm bends, it's reshaping it. This is very high tech at the time, very high tech. Go here, object mode, edit mode. And of course, they're doing the same thing here. But yeah, they're not expending too many polygons, right? As you can see, there's, yeah, not quite the most intense amount of geometry here. It's just cubes and cubes. That's really how it was at the time. And this is what gives people a false sense of security when they're doing low poly, because they see something like this and they think, well, you know, hey, this is just a cube, you know, with this light shape. Yeah, it is just a cube. You're not wrong. But it's important to remember that these artists were really maximizing what little they had. This is really a quality over quantity era of game dev and game art. They had, in this case, if we go up here, we drop this down, we turn on our statistics. So if we check this out, you can see that our girl here is 447 triangles, which is a pretty good amount of triangles at the time. Over here with our new roll, so this one's 490. So these are roughly the same in terms of density. Not too big a difference, really. So it's, yeah, it's an interesting time. And this is what, for me, makes retro stuff really fun to play with, personally. Some other things I'm noticing about the style, if we dig into it, A, her gloves are brown here, they're red here, and B, the sort of metal feature on the front of her hat has this really dark outline. And I'm not 100% sure why they made that decision when they were working on her hat. My guess is that they thought it didn't read without the extra shadow, the dark outline. They probably felt it made it more clear when it was being viewed in the game at runtime, because the resolutions between these games were no different. So I think that's going to be the differences, some basic differences that you find between these two. She's looking very Christmas. When I look at this, you know, she's got the white poof balls. Kind of feels very Santa-y, but it's just good timing. So yeah, and there you go. So you can see here as well, if we look at her legs, again, this is the cutscene version, right? So this isn't four-sided. This isn't a cube, okay? This is five-sided. Insane difference. Insane, big spending. And again, they're doing the same trick, putting the shadow on the back, and they're doing major lighting from above. So you're going to find those to be true in most models. So let me go back over here and let me show you a really good example. Everyone's favorite. And let me extract here. And I'm going to import the Tron in-game model, not the cutscene model. And we're just going to scale her down. Get her roughly close to the size of the other gals. All right, I'm gonna go to my shading tab and we're gonna get her hooked up real fast. Nope. Go to emissive. Set it to 1. Plug in alpha. Actually, I'll show off the alpha beforehand because I think her alpha is interesting. If you look here at the front of her dress, there's a black section here. And we all know that that section is open and visible. So I find it pretty interesting that if you take a look at this, you could pretty easily cut that out, but they didn't. And I'll explain why in a second, but I think it's worth noting that they didn't cut it out. But if you look across the rest of her, you'll be pretty comfortable to know that there's almost no other instances. Okay, so let's go back to shading. Plug this into alpha and pay attention to her skirt. Goes away. And we will change linear to closest. Nice. All right, now we're cooking. All right, once again, check it out. Lit from above. Pretty clearly. Okay. Moving to the side view. Still lit from above, but also clearly lit. And then looking at her from the back. Notice shadows on the back of her arms. Shadows on the back of her shirt.
Polybits asks, given modern tech, wouldn't it always be best to make the cutscene models, since we're rich and all that?
Given modern tech, wouldn't it be best to make cutscene models? Well, yes and no. Again, if you're trying to be true to the style, the cutscene models would only exist in cutscenes. And you can say we're rich and that we have access to all that, but you can look at any game. Lots of modern games that were coming out on PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4. It's still actually a common practice to have a different model for cutscene models that just have higher fidelity and resolution. That practice never really went away. It was invented for, you know, technological reasons at the time. There were constraints, and it's still present today because our desire to push things as far as we possibly can. In terms of visual quality during a cutscene, but also in terms of optimization for gameplay. Again, go back and look at Super Mario and Mario 64. We kind of always remember him looking like he does when he comes out of the pipe at the very beginning. But when he gets far enough away from the camera, you know, he's 60 polygons. He's like 60 triangles. You know, he's just nothing but fucking blocks at that point. There's almost no shape left to him. But we never really noticed. We never really paid attention too much. At least I wasn't when I was a kid, right? I was sort of captivated by the magic. I think if you go back now and you never really experienced those games at the time, you'd probably be disgusted and want to spit on the screen because it looks so low poly. But that's kind of what we're doing today, is taking a really hard look at why those techniques were used and how smart and clever the developers were to get so much out of so little. All right. So I agree, actually. Looking at the two, I actually don't like Roll from Mega Man Legends 2 as much as Roll from Mega Man Legends 1. I actually think she's cuter in the 1 version. I think she has a little more charm, right? Well, that's the thing. If you're working exclusively in low poly today, you have a lot of options. You don't have to adhere to any of these rules. But the less you adhere to these rules, the less your stuff looks low poly. And there'll be a lot of people making games and they say, I'm making a retro game, I'm making a low poly game. And when you look at it, it's reminiscent, but it doesn't feel like the ones we used to play look like and feel like. And the reason they don't look and feel that way is because a lot of people will go in and they'll take what should be a game model like this and they'll make it just under 1,000 or 1,500 triangles. They'll round out her shoulders a little more. They'll make her fingers separate instead of giant fists, right? They would have, in their instance, they would have modeled in these faces. They would have done that kind of stuff. And you can do that, but it's not going to feel the same. And the reason it's not going to feel the same is because you're not following the same restrictions. It's the restrictions that make the magic. It's not the fact that your textures are small. It's not the fact that your polys are large or that you're making the arms just square arms instead. That's not what makes it the magic. It's the combination of everything, right? That's like saying the steak is good because it has salt on it. No, there's other things involved, right? I think what's important, I love this, by the way, the little soles of her feet. I love that when you're making a low poly game, if you're trying to be true to the source, if you really want to make something that feels like it's from that era, you have to take the models from those games and study them. You really do need to study them. If you treat it like more of just a guidepost, which is fine, I'm not saying you can't. I think it's perfectly fair in some instances to add a little extra 10% where you think it's important. And here's what I mean. I think that there is actually room to take a model like this and actually seam up her arms so that they don't split, right? I think we could sacrifice these two triangles and we could spend, what is it, 4 more triangles to connect the arm here, because you can sacrifice these 2 triangles too, and then you're only spending an extra 2 triangles, okay, to get one more edge, one more face, and then you can connect everything together. Little things like that, I think, are where we can get away with it. Unless the parted, separated version is part of the look that you like. But the reason I deleted the Mega Man Legends 2 version is because I like the charm and the style of the Mega Man Legends 1 versions. They are a little more stylized, and I do like that. And when I build Ashley, I intend to make her truly like the style. I do intend to make blocks for her arms. I could add a little extra to push it to the next level, but part of the charm of the time, is that, let me move this. Part of the charm is when the arms look like this, right? There's something really charming about that. To me, there's a bit of a special nostalgia that comes from having the arms break at the middle. It's just something that feels more of the time period. When you try to upgrade everything a little more and a little more and a little more, then why are we even bothering with quote unquote low poly at that point? The meanest compliment I've had for a low poly model is looks like she came out of a PS2 game. Yeah. Yeah. If you're doing low poly, my stance is stay true to the source and enhance only where it's absolutely necessary for the vision to be a little better, right? And I've said this before, I think Quest 64 is a fantastic example. Okay, let me go find my Quest 64 girl. Let me get on that N64 here. Now, I'd love to make a Quest 64 style game. I even worked on a prototype for a little while. It turned out pretty good, in my opinion. All right, let me extract this. Ads are going to be here in a minute, but when are they not? Am I right or am I right? All right, let me extract this. Okay, I can already tell she's facing backwards. Here we go. It's okay. A little frozen. Not what I was hoping for. Let me double check these textures. Nope, they're good. Okay. Now, this is one of those instances. Here, I'll show you. This is one of those instances where I would absolutely update the working tech. So these instances are taken out here, these textures. You're going to notice there's something consistent about all these textures. They are mirrored to all four corners. Okay. But a lot of N64 textures were absolutely tiny. This isn't an N64 lecture. We're not talking about why N64 textures were made the way they were. But a lot of N64 textures were incredibly small due to the co-processing reality chip, which was the graphics card, needing to share buffer space with the CPU and loading things onto the chip, blah, blah, blah. Texture sizes had specific reasons, yada, yada, yada. When you have access to disk format on the PlayStation, you get access to different qualities. These are also due to the way they're extracted. So, yeah. All that said, no one wants to fucking manage this many files. No one wants to have 13 separate textures for one character. You can pack all your textures, right? You can pack all your textures however you want. And I think that's one thing that where you have the power, stuff that makes your life easier without making the visual experience different, is where you should be pushing the tech. You should be combining all your textures into one texture map to make your life easier. That's absolutely what you should be doing. Okay, that's where I think there's a fine limit between we need to stay true to the source and we need to We need to, step aside and let powerful technology enhance our lives and make our workflow easier and more stable and, an actual pleasure to work with. So I'd love to get her textures to work. Not 100% sure why they're showing up solid gray at the moment. But yeah, I could load them in, blah, blah, blah. But what I was going to point out, go over here, turn this on. Your texture's a little wonky, but that's okay. That's probably because I changed the texture from the main texture. There we go. So here we got a little, it's basically GoRad shading at this point. But here she is, right? And let's see if we can see her on diffuse color. There we go. So yeah, this is one of those examples where I think that if you were gonna model a character like this, I would try to stick close to all the techniques that they used. Some instances of the cloth are a little strange. I would probably personally choose to do something slightly different. I would keep them parted into chunks like this because I think there's a charm about it. But I would just find a more elegant way to combine them and play with it a little more. I think it would just give more character and a little more quality to it. And also, they already spent a ton of polygons on her booba, and I got a lot of respect for that. But I think you could enhance that with a few extra polys if you want to just clean it up a little more, things like that. But they went really hard, and I think this is a good example here. So for example, if we take a look at the nose is actually separate, right? So we can turn her into a noseless queen. Love it. I still think it looks fantastic, personally. I like the no nose. I think the no nose is very cute. With nose, without nose. So I'm a no nose fan, but if we go up here, and we take a look at this, go into edit mode, object mode, edit mode. Let's get that set up. So we can see here that her nose is connected and her nose is connected. Oh, wait. It's actually not. No, I think this connection up here is actually a merge error. I do actually believe this is supposed to be completely separate. And the verts were overlapping when they were exported from the renderer. And they end up getting merged together. But yeah, they used the same kind of techniques to separate the noses because obviously it's cheaper than creating a bunch of holding faces on the face itself. So a lot of those techniques are going to be the same. But one thing that's really interesting about the N64 style Quest 64 textures, let me change this out. What's up, Yuya? What's up, Keith? Diffuse color. So one thing that's really interesting about what they did here was, oopa. They actually gave her collarbones and scapula. If you look, this shit is crazy to me. They used this one piece of geometry that passes through her body to represent the collarbones. And when you rotate these shapes, and you actually lift the arm up, it actually creates
V has come to.
actual silhouette for the clavicle and the scapula, right? Clavicle in the front, scapula back here. This shit is crazy to me. This shit is absolutely crazy. That they spent the time and thought it through to create something like this. Then they overlapped all of these elements together and they brought it into a model, and they used static rigging, right? Everything is 100 to a single bone. And they're creating these shapes in real time. EXE, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Watch yourself, okay? All right. So yeah. Insanely cool. Insanely cool. I love the techniques that they used with the feet. Really, really cool. I love the N64. The Quest 64 stuff is insane. These guys were geniuses. Okay. Blast that. There you go. I wanted to show that off because I wanted to show... Dude, this is not the fucking place to be theorizing about that stuff. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, dude. Read the room, dog. Okay. So yeah. So we're moving that aside, and we're going back to the PlayStation style stuff, and we're taking a look at what we have going on here. And I just wanted to point out the difference between how problems were solved in games between one area and another area. The N64 games, Quest 64, they had lots of the same limitations. They were solving lots of the same problems, and they were doing things completely different because there was no standard. So everybody was kind of coming in and solving things in a brand new way. No one had any really clear idea what to do, so there was no wrong answers. And I think in the modern day, when we look at polymodeling, when we look at characters, when we look at the way we do things, there's a very clear way, a well-defined way to do stuff. And that defined way of doing something kind of limits our thinking. And this is why people say, like, oh, we need to think more out of the box, right? So that's why I wanted to show that stuff off. That's why I want to let you guys know that if you look back towards all this stuff, there's so many cool techniques that we don't use that I would love to see people using. I would love to see people creating anatomy, dynamic, moving anatomy that we can only make today with muscle simulation systems that dudes on the fucking N64 solved with 12 triangles. Crazy. Absolutely crazy, right? That's why I'm saying, let's look at what we have. Let's look at the source. Let's look at the source of everything, and let's learn from that. And that for me is something that's really cool. So that's why we're doing this. That's why we're taking a look at the Megaman Legends style. I'd love to do a Quest 64 model in the future and really talk about the anatomy and how many different anatomy tricks that they used with low poly. It's so cool. Hopefully we'll get to do that in the future at some point. So yeah. All right. Cool. So that's kind of our intro to why we're doing this, what we're trying to get out of this, why we're exploring low poly. That's the main reason we're here. Okay. Zeke mentions Mystical Ninja. Mystical Ninja is amazing. Such a good game. Such a good game. Nice. Yeah, sounds good, Keith. Sounds good. Trying to do things right has slowed you down so much. It always will. It always will, in my opinion. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. I think there's a lot of rule breaking that's going on here. So, yeah. Okay. So, what do we do? I want to keep models in the scene. Since I have access to these from modelers' resources, I want to keep models in the scene. And I want to use those models as reference for proportion, shape, size, color, shape language, the works. So if you're doing a low poly thing, I'm encouraging you to, if you can, get sources from modelers' resource, download some of those files, and do what we did here. Take a really close look at them, try to notice differences, try to notice what they're doing, how they're thinking. Put all that stuff together, take notes, right? And keep a few models in the scene so you can compare how yours looks besides them. Excuse me, beside them. That's what you want to be thinking about, okay? You want to be thinking about, when I'm modeling my character, does my character fit and feel like they belong in the same space as these characters? Because when I look at Troll, oops. When I look at Tron and Roll, I think they both feel like they belong in the same universe. I think they both feel like they are cohesive. And so that's what we're going to try and do here. So let me go ahead and find, let me find some Ashley reference. So my goal is not new Ashley, but classic Ashley. So let me move this around. Pop this question.
Uinor asks, basically saying we should be making a base to capture something that belong in the setting.
Yeah, that's what you want to be doing. You want your model to feel like it belongs in the setting. You could be making a brand new game. That's perfectly fine. But if you're using Megaman Legends as a style, and you want to be hitting that style, you should be comparing what you're making to the Megaman Legends art, and then edit from there if you want to make it more your own or you want to change it into your style. But if you're working in a vacuum, it will look good until you start comparing it to other things. And I know a lot of artists do that. They kind of work in a vacuum. So, says, thank you for the 5 community gift subs. What a legend. You also have a limited time to earn a golden kappa, apparently. So, thank you for the Merry Christmas gift, says. Really appreciate it. So let me find a few things here. I'm going to find a few good screenshots of classic Ashley. And then one thing we're going to do is we're going to do a little theory crafting where we try to figure out how to solve some of the problems that may or may not have been solved in Megaman Legends that we need to solve for Ashley. For example, Ashley has a skirt. That's fine. I think there's plenty of solutions for skirts. But she also has the sweater tied around her shoulders. So we need to come up with a solution for that that falls within the poly count and falls within the style. So that's going to be an interesting challenge. And that's something that I look forward to. That's going to be fun. So let me go ahead and dig through Google here for a minute. And there's probably some people that are wondering like, okay, what's the difference, or why original Ashley? Why not just grab a bunch of reference of new Ashley as well? Well, there's definitely a few changes between the Ashleys. New Ashley has a different haircut. She does in fact have a different hairstyle. She doesn't have the blunt bangs that cover her left eyebrow and her left eye. She has more of a swept bang. And new Ashley has more of a sort of a forward tilted bob haircut, wider on the sides, a little wispy towards the front and down towards her chin. Whereas classic Ashley has a more traditional, of the time period hairstyle. And I'll point that out here in a second. Let me go ahead and grab a classic Ashley and a new Ashley so we can take a look. You guys can see me building my reference on the side there. Here, I'll grab this one too. This is a really good example. We can compare. Yeah, in my opinion, old Ashley captures a period of style in Japan that I actually like. The hairstyle that they use for Ashley is one that you can find in a lot of games, and especially if a game had a character selection, that hairstyle was almost always selectable. Yeah, new Ashley is in fact a light scan of a. She's actually a Dutch model who lives in Japan. So yeah, she is actually just a face of a real person, which I find to be a little less charming. I'm kind of sad that Capcom light scans people now. They had such a unique face style for so long for their characters that, well, I don't want to say it's gone. It's still present in Monster Hunter and things like that, but. Okay, let me grab these files. Going to cover my face there. I'll just move it up. Okay, so I'm just going to move these over here. So here you can see a pretty good example of the difference between classic Ashley and new Ashley. Again, we have this blunt bang here, which we're going to capture. That's going to be one of our big goals. And we can see here she has the side swept. So her hair, in theory, may actually be longer. It looks like you can see the wisp of it cutting out right here. If we zoom in real close, you can see the length of her hair sort of ending right here. So the hair in the front of her face is probably down to her nose. And so she's sweeping that over to the side there, right? Again, she has a bit of more of a bob hairstyle. So it's coming out to the side, wide on the sides, then it comes in sharp. So it's shorter here. The hair is shorter here. There's a lot of volume and layers. And then it gets longer and longer and longer and shorter and, not shorter, but it's cut and cut and cut down towards the lowest layers. Layers closer to the bottom of her head and closer to her ears. Those layers are longer in length and they stick out here. So it's creating that bulge. That's what the hairstyle would be in real life, right? So I'm trying to think about what it actually is. Over here, right? She doesn't quite have a bob hairstyle anymore. She still has the short hair, which I love. I think Ashley's incredibly cute, and I love her hairstyle. And she's got that blunt cut. She has the blunt cut along the back as well. It's a little ragged. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but yeah. Look at this sassy fucking face, dude. Ashley fucking rocks, bro. She's the best. Honestly, she's the best. I hope she never comes back. I hope she never comes back. Enjoy your golden Kappa says. But yeah, this we need to solve for, right? And I think our solution may be, my instinct is maybe to texture it in, like let's just texture it on, but I actually don't think that's the solution at this point. I think we need to come up with an actual solution. Okay, but we are not going to use this one. I'm gonna cut these out. This one's a little too washed out. Okay, let's look for... Yeah, it was considered realism, not necessarily because it was real, but it was considered realistic because the lighting was realistic, because they had, you know, because it was so high resolution, like our perception of realism changed from hyper real, which is about the limit of what I'm willing to work on. When things get hyper real, I like it, but then it got to like, it got to be, you know, like everything has to be super fucking realistic, and I don't like that. No, old Ashley did not have a night look. She had like a cowgirl outfit, and I want to say she had one other outfit, but I don't remember what it was. But she didn't have the knight. The knight, I think, is the newest one. Only in the newest one. Maybe a mod, right? I found some pretty cute Ashley emotes. Those are awesome. This is actually really cool. I'm gonna save this image in here. I'm Carber made this. And I actually like how the stylized she's become. And so I'm just collecting a little bit of reference right now. And I'm thinking about just anything that's sort of capturing the vibe of Ashley. So finding someone who's already kind of thought about what a stylized version of her looks like. I like that, right? I'm looking for sources and resources, right? This is a good one too. That's a really fucking big image. She had it in the old game, but not in the first release. I only had the GameCube one. I had a release copy. So yeah, I'm kind of running. I'm finding a bunch of Ashley AI porn. I think I'm, you know, I'm reaching the limits here. Okay, here's another good one. Oh god. Give me the fucking checkered background. Oh my god. I fucking hate when sites do that. They're like, hey, do you want this transparent image? It comes with a checkered background. It's like, then it's not transparent, is it? Fucking A. God, I will be honest though, those boots are stupid. I do not like Ashley's boots, man. I don't like them. They're kind of stupid, dude. But it's charming. It's charming. I don't have to like them to find them charming. You know, you can hold conflicting ideas. Okay. If you had the PC original that came with Devil May Cry. Okay, yeah. I was not there for that. Nah, dude, they're like boots. You can see the like leather buckle thing on the other side. Right? Let me look for the new design. Let me peep the new Ashley. What does new Ashley's legs look like? I know new Ashley is a tights wearer. The fuck is this? What is there a drawing of Ashley crawling on the ground? The fuck are people doing, dude? The fuck are people doing? So like, see, this is a, it's a fucking toy. What am I doing? Although it's probably pretty accurate, but it's a toy. Give me 1 second. I was like, is this from the game? Why does this look so plastic? Here. Yeah, I just don't love this I don't think this version has this. I'll make this bigger in a second for you guys. That's what you hear the instant you enter the stream. I don't know, man. There's some charm that's lost, in my opinion. But if we scroll down, yeah, you can see they kind of reinterpreted these as just boots. And these are boots too. And on Ashley, on this one, on my Joy Ashley, right? On this one, I didn't actually draw her. I didn't draw her boots. I didn't even draw the. I don't know if her legs come on, but I think I just gave her like shoes. No, they're not leg warmers. They're not. We could make them leg warmers. We can do whatever the fuck we want, right? We have that power. But they're not leg warmers. They've always been kind of stupid boots. No, I'm not pointing to anything. Sometimes I gesture with the mouse because I'm not on camera. So yeah, they're boots. They're boots. So that's why I'm looking at this one, this sort of reduced palette, because again, having a high detail texture like this, it's not really a possibility. And you'll notice in my GIF, you'll notice here that I didn't give her the belt, and I also didn't give her the tartan pattern on her skirt. I left it just green. Okay, while this break happens, I've been yapping big time. Oops. There we go. Okay. The mouse Ashley. I'm actually a Moushly fan. I won't lie. I think Moushly is really cute. I like Mauschly. I wanted to do a sculpt of her at some point. So yeah, so for now, this is going to be our mood board experience. And we are going to convert this into Mega Man Legends style stuff. That's our plan. Yeah, we're gonna have to choose. We're gonna have to pick and choose areas to reduce. We might have to take the belt away. Like that's the thing. If we take Ashley's sweater away, it's not a big deal. We can remove Ashley's sweater without too much issue. Sounds bad when you say it like that, but get fucked. I said it. There. Yeah, we can remove the tied sweater around her shoulders, but I think part of that is interesting. So we will have to figure out what to do about certain details. Because we can't show all those details. Like the tartan on her skirt, I think is just gonna have to go. I think maybe we could put like a black line at the bottom, maybe a black line with a white line or something like that. We could do something there, but we have to accept that we can't do the full pattern. There just isn't there just would never be the expense for that, I don't think. I just don't think it would ever happen. They would have never designed her that way, is what I'm getting at. Not that it couldn't be done, because it can be, and there is texture space for it, but I don't think they would ever make a design decision like that at the time. They would have done something else. Mauschly, that's some lore I don't know about. There is, because Ashley has really big ears, there is a running sort of theme that Leon is a cat and Ashley is a mouse, and they call her Mauschly. And I think it's pretty cute, personally. Here. There's some pretty cute art out there. I would look for One Piece, but it's probably going to be... One Piece is real. I would look for it, but it's probably going to be hard to find. All when I search this up is I get some weird shit when I search this. I'll search one more thing. Yeah, I'm finding a bunch of wacky shit now. Okay. Fuck it. Look it up on your own time. But yeah, she's really cute. It's really cute. There's a lot of cute stuff. Baby Eagle, priority 1 VIP target. It's very cute. Mouse Ashley and Mega Man Legends. Yeah, there's some cute stuff they're doing here. Again, look at this. They removed the tartan and they removed the belt, but you can still tell it's Ashley, right? So that's why I was saying the tartan pattern and the belt are kind of unnecessary. And you can also see here that they've removed the ugly boots and they've replaced them with more practical looking boot style shoes. They're not trying to emulate those features. Most people, as proven in the audience and in chat, most people don't actually remember what her feet look like. So I don't think there's a big concern there if we play in that space and maybe try or do something different. So there you go. Okay, I'm going to take a short break here because I've been yapping for about an hour and a half now. And I'm actually going to keep this. Maushly is the data of the Mega Man Legends verse. You know, that's really cute, actually. I love that idea. Man, I would love to make... You know what I'd really like to do? I'd like to make a Resident Evil style game that has the look of Mega Man Legends. I think there'd be something cute there. But I'm going to make some tea for myself. And we're going to come back. And when we get back, I am going to start on the modeling. And we're going to start reducing some of these shapes. And we're going to build up our character alongside Tron and Roll and see what we get. So, yeah, take a small break. Get yourself a snack. Get yourself a nice drink. I will be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to send us over to the be right back screen. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the music. I will start a Gamba when we get back, and then we'll just spend a couple hours working out the basic shapes. And one of the big things we're going to have to think about is how to execute her hair properly. So we're probably going to get to that. I'm probably going to save that towards the end, and we're going to get her head blocked in, and then we'll bring the hair out later. So, okay, I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. Pop over to Blender real fast. All right, sorry about the delay there. I made some tea and I took care of Mrs. Merck for a little bit there. She's under the weather right now, so I made her some tea as well, made sure she was comfy. Looks like she did end up catching the cold that I had, so she's gonna suffer through it for a few days, so I'm taking care of her. So I will stop again in future to check on her, make sure it's all good. Yeah, I have the whole list open. I never limit my research. I always ensure that I have access to as much as possible. If I'm gonna do anything, I'm gonna do it right. Yeah, today's the first day. She's feeling kind of under the weather, so I suspect she's got another 2 days or so, and then she'll be on the upswing. Just before the new year. Sorry, I'm just enjoying this warm tea before. I don't want it to get cold, you know? I'm gonna look at some of these Megaman Legend Reaper bots. Reavers are really cool. I love the Megaman Legends tech stuff. It should look like teeth. It should always be lit from the bottom. That's one thing that's worth noting. If we go into the viewer, all the Reaver bots are lit from below. So it makes them look a little creepier. It's very cool. Lit from below as opposed to from above. You enjoy a good cup of tea? Yeah, nice. If I get too into it, I'll forget to just drink the tea and it'll get cold, you know? Fun bird. Yeah. Analyze Blender. It's a 3D modeling program. There, I analyzed it. Bros, look at this hawk. Yeah, if it's not iced tea, it's rough. This hawk is amazing, though. Look at this guy. A little rough from above, but he's perfect from the sides. This guy's cute as hell. I like this guy. What's going on with his nose? Did they seriously model in a nose? What is going on there? Whose footprint are these? That's so weird. Look at that little itch right there. Well, now my rotation's all fucked up. Ads are going to start in 2 minutes. Yeah, look at that. Honestly, all right, we got to investigate. This looks like an error. There absolutely is no reason why they would spend polys on that. That feels so wild to me. All right, emissive. What is that? Is it alpha chunk? It looks like alpha. I wonder if it's a mistake. Let's look. Hold on. Yeah, it's a hole in his head there. I wonder if it's a mistake. Let's check the UVs. Hawk, ENG. Yeah, I think it's a mistake. I think it's just a weird little error that they probably didn't notice. Because if we go in here... and we move these, move them back and down. Oh shit, it's ads. You can pretty much fix it instantly. So it feels like an issue. Yeah, it feels like they forgore on that one. Also, this texture is not super well laid out, by the way. So, and I'm not shitting on them, by the way. I'm just pointing it out. You don't see it from above, but you do see it from the side. So, I mean, I guess it's possible it was on purpose. I guess it's possible they wanted to create the illusion of a nose, but it just seems like a mistake, honestly. If I had to guess, it's probably a mistake. Because you can even see the color palette for the sky behind them. So they're probably referencing this texture for multiple assets. Another interesting thing I'm noticing as we look at this. Here, let me scooch this in. Move that out of my way. They mirrored the wing, but they didn't mirror it perfectly. Look at that. They actually mirrored it with some slight asymmetry. That's really interesting. I mean, if you have the ability to, there's no reason not to. Asymmetry always makes things just look a little more interesting. It's very subtle, too. This is a really good example. A really good example of being insanely efficient. This bird is 26 triangles, by the way. This is 26 triangles. Nah, there's no limitation that would force them to make it asymmetrical when so many of the other solutions in the game are symmetrical. But this is worth noting. Check this out. So I can do this. I can grab these two faces and delete them. But I can't delete these two faces. Interesting. I bet... Oh man, that's interesting. So a lot of games back in the day, so we'll just talk about this right now because it's relevant. It's relevant on Tron as well, because she has the skirt. You'll notice there's the X that's occurring. It might be a little hard for you to see, but you can see it right here. See the intersection here that's forming an X? Back in the day, it was not very common to have back faces visible on textures. So what they would do is they'd actually have to duplicate the polygons, invert the normals, and have the polygons sit right on top of each other. And normally, if they were facing the same direction, you'd have Z fighting. But because they're facing the opposite direction, you don't have Z fighting. Because back face culling was just built in by default on the shaders, and having the option to change that is actually kind of expensive to some extent to render both sides. So they would manually decide by adding extra faces which ones should be visible. And for some reason, only one wing has it. Oh, let me move this actually. Vertex merge is on. Maybe I'd be curious to see what you mean, but I don't see any evidence that there's actually extra polygons here. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no problem. Could it be an export issue? It's possible. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. All this stuff has been reconstructed from the game code. And I've written exporters and importers for Vagrant Story and decompiled assembly code to get animation out of it. It is very imprecise a lot of the time. But that doesn't mean it can't be accurate, you know? So that for me is what makes this interesting. Question for the Blender knowers in the audience. Is there a way to turn off or turn on backface culling so that we can see what it's supposed to look like? Because I would like to prove the point, but I am unfamiliar with the... I know there's a way, I just can't remember. I've only done it once, yeah. It's actually a pretty good thing to have access to when you're poly modeling, period. You should always be able to tell, because it'll help you tell which direction your normals are facing. Let's see. There's no way it's in edit mode. Properties, render options, apparently. Properties. Only available with a solid shaded sphere. Oh, it is. Oh, strange. There's a material checkbox as well. Oh. Ah, yeah, okay, you're right. Okay, so if we view, there's still a little shading on this, obviously. That's unfortunate. Doesn't really matter. We can set it to flat though. There we go. Thank you, everybody. So you can see that one wing can't be seen from the bottom, but it can be seen from the top. And one wing can be seen from both sides. And if we delete two of the faces, now it's not visible. So I point that out just because it's something to remember at the time. So if we go in and we look at these characters, and we look at Tron, she uses it on her skirt. If we go to I just want to go to edit mode, yeah? If we go to edit mode, there. So it's visible from the front now, but it's not visible from the back. But because they didn't want that to occur, they actually had to duplicate the faces. No problem, Yui. What's strange to me to look at this and see that some of these are one-sided. I don't have an answer to this. But it's worth remembering when you're taking a look at your model that there may be yeah, see, it's duplicated here too. Is it a center line thing? It's not. Either way, I bring it up because it's important to note that if you're not duplicating faces on the back side, like they were, your poly count is actually going to go down. Your poly count is actually going to get lower because you're going to be removing extra faces that were present in the model. Yeah, in this instance, you would just turn it off, right? Like if you're modeling something like this in the modern game tech, it's free, right? turning off backface culling is effectively free in modern technology. So we don't have to worry about it. So just keep that in mind. Free real estate. Yeah, I mean, those are polygons that are used, so they're technically still in your budget. If you're doing low poly stuff, those are still budgeted polygons that were used. You don't have to use them that way, though. So now, are you getting an amazing amount of polygons back? Like, are you getting hundreds of triangles? No, you're not. You're getting like 4 triangles back on Tron. You're getting 4 triangles for this. Is that a lot? No, but I mean, you could use those 4 triangles maybe to bind her nose to her face, right? Something like that. And I'll explain why they didn't bind her nose to her face later. But yeah. Okay, I am going to pop over to this, move down here. I'm gonna move my Ashley reference into the bottom corner down here. And we are gonna zoom, do some zoomies over here. Lock in on our girl. Here's a good image of her. They're all good. Ashley's the best. That's a cute one. This is a cute one. We need to do something like this with our girl. So, okay, so we may have extra polygons. Who knows what we're gonna do? We're gonna figure it out. So let's take a look real fast. But this bird is awesome. I love this bird. So let's go back here. I want to take a look at a few things. Okay. I'll move Ashley up here for you guys. Okay. So there's a couple things we need to take note of as we do this. So if we go here, we can see very clearly that they're hiding the shoulder with puffy shoulder pads. They're using this shirt sleeve to puff out and take in the volume there. So we need to think about, okay, what can we do? What is being done elsewhere for girls that don't have that? Is there any reference for a girl that doesn't have that? My guess is no. But let's take a look here. I'm looking at pregnant woman, museum curator, junk shop lady. Okay, homework girl. So pregnant woman, she has sleeves. But we can see the shape of the arm. So we could probably just do a bare arm. And my guess is that they do this for a homework girl. Museum curator girl. Let's take a look at her. She a cutie. She got that midriff going. We can see what they're doing with the arm. It's basically a cube with one extra loop for the shoulder. Her hands are actually bound. Most likely because they are connected in that way. They look like they're attached. They don't seem to intersect at all. So that's interesting. Junk shop lady. She thick. Let's take a look at her real fast. God damn that angle. Oh, they put the wedding ring on her. That's really cute. Oh, they put 2 on her. Still cute though. So junk shop lady actually has her arms bound. So her arms are bound together. But, and I know this from playing the game, if you look at her in the game, she never bends her elbows or moves her wrists. Ever. There's a bone in the upper arm and probably a bone that comes down, and it allows her to kind of waggle her arms as a solid brick-like structure. Not much else. So if we spin her around and take a look at it, you know, she's got feet. But yeah, she's pretty rigid. As an NPC, they didn't have to do too much to her. They just wanted her arms to be able to kind of flop up and down. And then Homework Girl is probably the closest we're going to get to an Ashley-like, but she just doesn't have the shape language of Ashley. So we'll take a look here. Same arm shape, except extended further in. Most likely to ensure that the arm doesn't come completely dislocated when she's animated. And because she's an NPC, it looks like her arms are completely static as well. Which happened a lot. It's very cheap and easy to do. Bones for the legs, bone for the hip, bone for the torso, bone for the arm, and bone for the head. Okay. Let's just go back to Blender. All right. First thing I'm going to do here, let me get my Switch on. We'll do some Gamba so you guys have a little something to enjoy. And get those Christmas coins you worked so hard for. Scooch Ashley over here. All right. If you would like to Gamba, you can check it out now. Let's do Mario Party here. Sharp Booba. She a fucking rectangle. And we are 11 to 13, so Booba is due for a win. The girl in the wheelchair might have the bob cut. Yeah, but we're doing old Ashley. Old Ashley doesn't quite have the bob cut. She just has short hair. And I don't know if the wheelchair girl is available to inspect. So we're gonna have to get creative. That's okay. All right. So we can see that they're broken into multiple parts. So that's probably step one for us, is to figure out how to break Ashley into parts like this. So we're gonna hit some blocks, get some stuff out there. What's the dono amount for crits? It could be blind as to what it is through Ko-fi. If you want to donate, it's really just it's kind of whatever you want to donate for crit. It's kind of up to you. You know, it's encouraged to be as generous as you feel you should be, right? Whatever it's worth to you. It's just the donation is part of contributing to the stream. So let's go ahead and put her in, not the plane. Let's do a cube. All right, we're almost there. She's looking pretty good so far. She's a little blocky, but I already like her. She's already got that Ashley charm. Yeah, I like it. She feels good. She feels good. Could be a little smaller. I think I'm going to start with her ballistics. I mean her chest. Lamau. Okay. So for this, I am going to come back over to modeling so I can get some of that shading here. Ashley blocking pathways. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Yeah, Keith, we're gonna be doing this probably for a few days. I think this is probably gonna be about 3 days we work on this project. So, I mean, you can do it whenever you want to. So, but yeah, if you want to do it tomorrow, like early on in the stream, that would probably be a good time too, because we'll still be in the mid modeling phase of this. But I appreciate it. Okay, let me take a look here. Let me turn the wireframes on, actually. This is a really good use for turning on wireframe. There we go. I've noticed a trend of low poly modelers working with normals texture visible. I kind of understand what you're saying, but I'm having trouble understanding what you're saying. Like a normal map? Like an actual frickin' normal map? Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, the model looks like a normal map. That's a tough one. I really don't have an answer for why someone would do that. Maybe it helps them detect the plane changes better. You know what I mean? I can't say though. I mean, we'd have to talk to them about that. Get one of them to come into the stream. Is there a mat cap? Like this mat cap? You're talking like this? That's it? Okay, then my guess for this presentation is that it clearly shows edges. It very clearly shows edges and planes. And my guess is that that's why they're doing it. Right. I don't think it's a bad way to model, but but from the era I come from, this would have never been recommended. Ever. You would never model like that. I'm watching because I'm a nervous person. Kind of wanted to do streaming, but I worried too much about content. I understand. I worried about content for a while, but I mean, like, I don't think you have to worry too much about it. Just do stuff. Just do stuff and people will come and they'll enjoy it or they won't. If you want to stream, you should just go stream. Whose footprints are these? That means ads are coming, by the way. So I'm going to do, we're going to kind of do what they did for Tron Booba over here. We can see that her chest comes out like this. So we're going to do something similar on our cube over here. Subdivide. Yeah, it's definitely going to get dramatic here in a second. Don't forget to vote. Put your coins in on Gamba. All right, I only see coins on the Booba side. Really? No one's willing to take that risk? You can already see the planes, though. I think my guess, Polly, is that it's people who want to look cool. That's my guess. Now keep in mind, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add more polys for what I want, and then I'm going to evaluate the cost later. Okay? Hey, what's up, Dixon? All right, so I'm thinking about this. Exactly. We're gonna work to spec later, but we're making it what we want it to be, and then we're gonna make a realistic version. Thinking, let's scale this. Not that much though. Good grief, Charlie Brown. Okay, we'll go up for now, and we'll bring it in. Yeah. Control B in face selection mode. No. I don't think I've ever personally beveled faces as like a technique. I always prefer to bevel edges or inset faces. It's just because my background is Maya. Okay. So we're gonna need her neck. And so I think what we're actually gonna do for the neck itself is yeah, I wasn't really doing much. I was more just talking and zooming back and forth. So on all of these, the neck is separate, because connecting the neck to either one of these would be very costly. So what we're going to do is we're going to create the turtleneck here of her sweater and her neck as a separate object, and then set them into this. And one thing that I think is really nice that we can kind of do here is Tron has a bit of that collar, and I'm thinking, I wonder if we can do something similar with the sweater. I don't think the sweater's necessary, but I do think it's an interesting thing to consider. And we'll notice that the backs over here are flat. They're always flat. So let's start there. Let's create a new cube. Let's shrink it down. Move it up. Okay, and let's compare sizes here. Let's go to front view. Come on, come on, come on. Cannot remember what the fucking hotkeys are. That'll do. I'm going to use a classic trick here. And I'm just going to rotate this 45 and create a rounded neck. Like this. Bogaku, what's up? Yeah, one is front, except these are facing backwards. That's why I was having trouble. See. We are doing our Mega Man Legends. We're converting Ashley from Resident Evil 4 into a Mega Man Legends character. Is it 9? Oh, yeah. 9 does floppy. Nice, okay. Thank you. Okay. So, first thing we need to remember here. Number 1 is... we're going to go in here. We're going to grab everything. We're going to scooch this up. We are going to grab the face on the bottom. And we're going to delete this face. We don't need that face. Now, here's where low poly stuff gets interesting. We can grab this face, right? And we can extrude it and basically do an inset, right? Oof. Okay, so we can scale it, and we can do an inset, and then we can do another extrude for her actual neck. So we have her neck coming out of the collar. And this is actually pretty expensive, though. Because down here, we have a quad, which is 2 triangles. Well, now we have 8 triangles forming the base of this. Plus then we have her neck. So it would actually just be easier instead to basically just duplicate this, right? So we can just create another cube real fast. 45. Scooch it up, scale it down. And the cost of this, just doing something like this, is cheaper. Right? So I'm going to lift this up. And now I'm going to remove the bottom face here. And I'm also going to remove the top face. Boom. And so this acting as a neck. Boink. Can always adjust it later. This acting as a neck is going to be much cheaper than if we'd done all that insetting. It might be. I just use extrude and scale. I mean, it's literally, it takes microseconds difference of time. Okay. I want to do this. What's up, Scrunch? They do the waist on multiple characters. So we can go back to... And the thing is I don't want to use NPCs constantly for reference. Because town NPCs often get the shaft. They often have a lot less resources allocated to them. So I'm just going to make another cube here. Scale it down. Move it up. Scale it. Scale it a little more. Scale it up. Well, let's call these faces real fast. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Scale that. Scale that in like this. Now we could probably angle portion of this, but we're gonna build it close. Again, we're gonna build it close to what they're doing, and then we're gonna make a lot of our own changes as we see fit. So if we look over at Tron, Tron has this really short skirt, but a lot of the girls actually in the NPCs, they actually do have a skirt and they don't have the legs showing. But Ashley does actually have both. So we need to consider, if we're designing her, are we going to actually have the waist? Now my assumption, the move I'm gonna make, is that I'm not actually going to model her waist. I'm going to model the skirt separate, and from the skirt, I am going to create just legs that disappear up into the skirt and don't actually connect to anything. Because there's no need to have anything, in my opinion, there's no need to have anything there. Because again, I'm trying to stay true. So I'm gonna come in here. And I'm thinking I'll just start another cube. I was gonna extrude it, but I actually just want to use another cube. Okay. I'm going to, let's see. Let's start by bringing this down. Let's subdivide here. And then let's bevel. And then unselect these, scale. Select these, scale. Something like this. Yeah, that's probably the move. Okay, scale. Yo, what's up, Agent Cole? So one thing I'm doing is you'll notice it's really long and it's kind of getting that bell skirt effect. And I'm looking at these references and I'm trying to remember that we're trying to work within the proportions of these references. Their hips are actually really small. Their shorts are really small. There's the skirt here, skirt, shirt, whatever you want to call it, it's really small. So my instinct is to try and maintain that. I'm going to grab my girl here. She's already 98 triangles. Tron is in cutscene mode. She's 474. And Tron in game is 334. So if I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking, you know, somewhere between these two is probably a safe bet. If I was modeling for my own game, I'd shoot closer to 500 because I think modeling towards the, like, people are remembering the feeling of the characters in the cutscenes because that's the very iconic, memorable look at those characters. The characters in game, that's more of a serviceable. So I'm thinking giving around 474 is probably not unrealistic. And if I'm modeling the character, I don't necessarily want to model two versions. There's no reason to do that. So we're going to start there. Cola, I hope you had a Merry Christmas, by the way. So one good thing is that the way in which they modeled Tron's face, if we remove the giant spikes of hair off the back of her head, we get a really clear look at the pattern that they used very consistently for every character. And if we go back here and we look at all these characters, we're going to see that a lot of those characters, if we were to dig them out and take a closer look at them, that they all share very similar head structure, except for maybe, you know, characters that have their eyes covered, stuff like that. At serve bots as well. So let's dive back in here. Let's zoom in on our girl. Okay, so there's our Ashley body at the moment. It's not perfect, but it's not about being perfect just yet. It's about being close enough. So this is something that I always talk about when we talk about modeling and we talk about sculpting. We talk about proportion a lot. And when I think about modeling and creating a character, I think about the proportions of the characters very early on. And so for me, I'm gonna add arm and leg shapes really early because I want to start thinking about the proportions, because I'm looking at her chest, I'm looking at her waist and her skirt, and I'm thinking this looks good. But without arms and without legs and feet and the head, it's going to be difficult to determine if this is actually good. I don't know where I stand on it yet, so I need to start adding a few more things to it. I can say, what's up, Ryan? Welcome in. I can say, though, for a fact that I probably want her breast to be larger. I want to capture more of that silhouette and shape because we're losing a lot of other features by down-resing her. We want to do the Lara Croft thing, and we want to keep the physical trait of her ballistics present, right? So here's one thing I'm gonna do. I'm actually just gonna move this over here. And I'm gonna scale it. And I'm actually just gonna scale it next to this model, right? And I'm gonna get a good feel for about roughly the same size. Now I know there's some people that are like, Merc, that's cheating. You're a cheater. Well, realistically, if my modeling lead had given me these characters and I was supposed to model Ashley and they'd already modeled, you know, Leon and Ada, well, I would be 100% doing this, right? I'd be doing anything I can to get the style as close as possible. So I'm not too concerned about, you know, I gotta do everything by hand, no reference whatsoever. That's what amateurs say. Amateurs are the ones that are like, I want to do everything without reference. I never want to think about anything. And so I just want to make sure that we all know that measuring against this stuff, you know, this is why I'm encouraging you to bring all this in. So I'm going to measure this, I'm going to measure that. Perfect. Okay. Grab these. Subdivide. And then we're gonna move everything up. And I think, if I remember correctly, these are snatched in. These go over. And this goes out like that. Not like that, though. Good grief, Charlie Brown. Like that. Like that. Okay, let's go take a look at our reference source here. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So low poly. This is beyond. This is below poly. Yeah, when I worked on browser games back in the day, we had extremely conservative poly counts. So this is acting as the shoulder, and this is acting as the interior bit. Okay. And we're gonna grab this. Yeah, we're gonna do that. That's gonna make it much, much better. Okay, grab this and extrude this down. We're going to delete this face because we don't need it. Going to split the selected, yeah. Perfect. Scooch it down. Fill the hole. Fill the hole. Select everything. Scooch it back up. Probably... intersect the two. Okay. Champions of Norath, yeah. There are map extractors for Megaman Legends. If you have the ROM, you can extract the data. There's a couple websites. There's one particular website that does that. If you want to look at the map data, it's there. Okay. And then I'm going to take a close look at these hands. They're cubes. with an extruded poked face. It's very simple in shape. So I'm going to just move this arm out. I'm going to get out of edit mode. I'm going to make a new object. I'm going to make another cube. Cursor to origin. Make another cube. Scale this down. Now, the thing is, she doesn't have gloves on. And a lot of these other characters do have gloves on, so we are going to get creative here. Let's see. I'm going to grab the face, do an extrude. I'm going to grab two edges. Going to subdivide. Put the cursor back at the world. Gonna move these up like this. Grab this. Scale. Scale. We want to move this in closer. Yeah, like that. Yeah, Champions of Norath. We talked about that a while ago, right? Wasn't Champions... Was that the PS2 online game? We can see the Trons are actually really long. Trons do not follow the same logic, though. Very interesting. Let's take a look at the textures. Yeah, interesting that Trons don't follow the same logic. Trons are actually cubes with one extra poked face. Fascinating. Very interesting. Let's take that approach. It basically is a cube. Kind of has... It has the subdivide. And then it's separated from the floor of the cube. Yeah, you can capture stuff in DuckStation. Yeah. So this is coming out like this. We are going to go 3. We're going to grab it. And we are going to triangulate these faces. Sometimes it is actually easier to just work with the triangulated faces. Okay, so then they're twisting it and they're pulling that out. Okay. Grab these two, delete. Join those together. And then we're gonna I'm going to connect these like this. We don't have UVs to worry about right now, so I'm not actually worried about how I connect anything. Or at least I shouldn't be. Once I have UVs, then it can become a concern. Scale that up. Pull it down. Grab this, scale that in. Pull that in. Okay. And then we can grab these edges. And we can collapse them. And that'll widen the wrist a little bit, which happens ever so slightly on Tron. And is a little more obvious on Roll, but it's actually very subtle. And then I'm going to grab everything, and once again, I'm going to compare to the source because I want... That's pretty good, actually, for eyeballing a good portion of it. Not bad, not bad. I'm going to make her thumb area a little bit bigger. And it's a perfect square right now, which I don't like. So I'm actually going to pull that out, and I want to investigate the other shapes. So again... It's all about... Oops. It's all about looking at the shapes. Comes forward. Like that. Okay. I think this is a pleasing enough progress shape for me. Texturing her arms should be pretty smashingly easy. Okay, I am going to put a mirror on this. Now we can get a better view of certain things. I want it to be a touch more feminine, so I'm gonna scale this in a little. That's better. Okay, let's take a look at everything so far. So we're at about 174. I do want to do the square legs. Despite them adding more to these legs, I don't actually think it benefits. When you turn on the texture and you make it flat, I don't actually think that these extra polys make it more believable than this. Especially because they get away with it in Splatoon. Their legs are squares in Splatoon too. So... don't think there's much reason. And you'll notice you'll notice that on these models, there is no center line. There is no mirroring center line on these models, because that is a waste of polys. So I'm going to make a cube. And I'm just going to scale this bad boy down. And we're going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to bring our cube over to our comparison. And the only reason I'm doing it this way is because if I had these two characters already modeled, I would just rip their legs off and their hands and arms and stuff, and I would just duplicate them over. I would not remodel this every time, right? I would reuse as many assets as I could. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. That I would rip their legs off? Out of context quote of the day, yeah. Well, for eyeballing the thickness of the leg, I would say I did a pretty good job here. It's very close. I would say the thickness is almost exact just by eyeballing it. That is I'm pretty impressed. Well done, me. Okay. Scooch this in. Scale this down. Now keep in mind, I might change some of these things later. Like I might make Ashley's legs a little bit thicker. You know, stuff like that. Okay, come over here. Oops, not in edit mode. There we go. Scooch that down. Now, I need to decide what I'm going to do with her feet, because Tron obviously has these very large feet. The feet are very large. Everyone's feet are very large. And so we're going to do something like that, but I'm thinking about how we're going to handle kind of the boot shapes, right? I like these shapes. These are really cute. I kind of want to steal this and this like chunky back piece. There's something really cute there. Because I don't just want to erase the boot, right? The boot is part of the character, but I do want to make it more consumable. I think this boot is so dumb. I think this kicks ass. This is fucking rocking right here. This is 10 out of 10, dude. No edits. This portion, edits. Yeah. She rocks though. Ashley rocks. Okay. Scooch it over. Okay, so they did the same thing here. We're going to do extrude up. So here's the top of the hip. Now we don't have to worry about this portion because we're not actually modeling that. So, but we should pay attention to some of the other shapes. Okay, and then we're going to go here. Subdivide. Grab this. And then we do, yeah, it has an extra loop. So we can subdivide this like that. Scale it, turn that off. Scale that. Kind of imply the shape of the butt without actually doing that because we don't have the room. And we're going to cut a portion of this off, but we're modeling in the top like this because A, I'm learning and I want to know why they made the decisions they made. That's number one. And number two, because when we actually go and we cut some of these unnecessary shapes off later, it will leave the bottom portions at the right proportion and right shape. And that's what we want. It's kind of like drawing through your mesh. Drawing through your drawing. And I'm just doing it by hand because I want to get a feel for the decisions they were making. Yeah. Let me grab this, scooch it off. Well, it doesn't matter what her boots are. The boots are pretty dumb. I don't like them. I think they're pretty dense. If Ashley was my friend, I would absolutely tell her not to leave the house in those. And then we're gonna scale these down. Yeah, her only friends are the Secret Service, probably. And they were like, "You look amazing, Ashley. You look perfect. No edits. No edits, Ashley." So my leg is about on par with Tron, but I don't want her to be Tron. Okay. Posture check. Yeah, thank you. Everybody sit up straight. Let me take a good old sip of the tea. It's probably ice fucking cold by now. It's not bad. It's not bad though. I'm gonna get a refill on the next break. And check on Mrs. Merc. Okay, so let's turn off see-through garbage. And let's bring her leg down. And I'm inspecting. I want, if I ever get the chance to upgrade my office space, I actually want a kettle warmer in my office so I can just brew a pot and have it in my office. Nice and warm for when I'm ready. Okay, I'm actually going to widen some of these. I think I want to take these, and I want to widen them ever so slightly. They're not widening, because I've got the edges. Grab these, right? Like that. It's going to be better. Definitely see why they didn't give a lot of these girls skirts. I'm thinking about the rigging right now, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Might have to do something else. Think. Yeah, I'm... A lot of these shapes need to interlock. So I'm looking here for reference. It's this girl again. I'm seeing 3 separate pieces: upper, lower, middle, and then leg. And it actually looks like there's an edge right here that divides the middle of the skirt. And I think they just separate them. Like, I think they literally, you can see the edge right here. And I think they just pull that forward. We might have to just download this model and take a look. Because I want to see what their solution was for this problem. Because again, if they've already solved the problem, there really isn't a reason for us to be like banging our heads against the wall. Doesn't really matter. So they have this separate shape, and it is 2 pieces. So I imagine it's one stuck together. Interesting. I'd have to look at her animations. But they put the 3 pieces together. We could do that for Ashley, but my concern is Ashley has the waist. I don't want to lose Ashley's waist. I want her to have that feminine waist. This is a very girlish waist. I want a more womanly waist. So I think what I might do... I think I might... Oops. How do you draw on this thing again? Control-Shift-E. I think what I might do is I might... Let's make this red. It's a little more visible for you guys. I think what I might do is separate her like this. Like that, right? Sure, it's not perfect, but it doesn't matter. Then have the separate piece underneath like that. And then what I've done here, which is split this open. Yeah, exactly. I want to see the walk. That's what I want to see. I want to see how she walks. I want to see what they weighted every vert to. We could hand pose her like this. We could absolutely do that with what we have now. Okay, that probably is a better use of polys to do it that way. We can try that. We can try that. Actually, I have an idea. I actually think I have a good idea for the first time. I'm going to borrow some techniques from a different game, but I am going to grab this face, and I'm going to triangulate. And I don't remember how to flip faces. Really think it should be arrow keys or some kind of thing like that, because that makes the most sense, but it's not. It's control in. It's new file. It's okay. I have a better solution. I actually see what I want here. Look at the shape of the torso. Like, ignore these edges. Ignore this. And check this out. way more girlish. Like feminine girlish. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So we kind of got what we wanted. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and make a shape that sticks out like this, that then encompasses the dress piece underneath. Like that. So we're going to mimic the shape of the... We're going to mimic the shape of the sweater from above. That's the plan. And... yeah, I know about the J tool. We might... I wanna maybe bevel this edge. Bring it forward. Do I want to do that? Kind of. Obviously, I don't want those shapes. I'm gonna spin some polys here. I'm feeling frisky. We're probably gonna get eaten alive later when we realize there's just no room for this kind of poly budget. But I'm gonna make what I want, and then I'm gonna have the art director tear me apart. What are you doing, Merc? Why are there so many polys in her tits? Sorry, sir. It's what the gamer wants. Damn it, Merc. When you're right, you're right. And you're right. I'm gonna delete these edgies. Oops. I'm gonna delete these. I'm gonna dissolve these edges. And then I'm going to join these. Like that. Who's that? It's ads. That's who that is. Who that? Shift, open. Oops. Shit. Get rid of that. Okay. It's not bad. It's not bad. We're getting somewhere. Okay, let's turn the arms back on so we can see what the arms are doing. looking a little wonky. That's okay. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to separate the selection. Scale. Don't want her shoulders to be too big. I'm going to separate the neck. Torso. Skirt. It's time to name stuff. Legs. Arms. Waist. There's not enough stuff for a collection. There's only like 6 things. Collection doesn't make sense right now. Neck. I can move the other things, but I know they're named Mesh 1 and Mesh 2, or whatever. These ones. Now... it's break time. I'm gonna go refresh my tea. I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna check on Mrs. Merc too. I'm back. I'm back. All right. Let's get back into Blender. Take a sip of my nice, super hot tea. Alright, let's mirror. Let's freeze transforms. Hey, what's up, Sonny? Okay, freeze transforms again. We'll fix up the legs. Okay, so what I was gonna do was take our waist piece. It's roughly the same. Edit mode. Grab this. We can probably enhance the ballistics later. Bounding box, center. I want to make sure that that form touches the arm. Yeah, I'm going to bring the head in at the end once I get everything else so I can do general proportional corrections on everything. Because the head is going to be... The head size is already decided. We can't make our head bigger or smaller. It has to be roughly the same size because humans have proportionally the same head. So if we change that, we don't really have a lot of control there. So I'm sort of getting my ideal once down. Oh, shit. This is the dream model, you know? Okay. And the head isn't the big problem. It's figuring out what to do with these boots. I'm liking this shape, so I think I'm gonna lean in on this one first. So we're gonna extrude this down. Pull this forward. think we can... kind of borrowing from Tron's playbook. I'm going to pull this forward, grab these two edges, subdivide, grab this, and then extrude down. Flatten. Let's view those boots again. We're going to grab these edges, subdivide, grab the edge here, scooch it forward, down, forward, and then want to scale this up just a little bit. Yeah, the crazy thing is her feet might not even be big enough. Yeah, I think they just need to come up more like that. This is what I was talking about in the past, where I was saying, like, you make decisions and you make decisions and you have a hard time judging what looks good and what looks bad because you're so used to modeling something in a specific style. Yeah, we kiss the homies around here. You're so used to modeling something in a specific style that when you finally get around to doing something different, you're comparing it against the decisions you would make. And it's not about the decisions that you would make anymore. It's about the decisions that these artists would make. Right? What would they do in this situation? Those are the questions we have to answer. Yeah, it's a classic. Data's a good kid. He's a friend. Okay, let's get out of this fucking tool here. Okay, move this over. I think we had data dancing at one point, but it was short-lived, so we decided to do something a little more silly. Okay, so we are going to close these holes, because at the moment my goal is still not to weld anything together. My goal is still to have unwelded parts. Okay. I think these need to come forward. And I actually think her back, we can do... make this like flat, like that. Okay, this isn't too bad, actually. I mean, it doesn't really look fantastic. It's not like mind-blowingly different from what we have, but it's cute enough that I'm happy with it, and I think we'll model out the head now. Might make more sense to make her skirt longer. Let's see what her skirt length is. The cartoony ones, it's much longer. This one's shorter. Probably about mid-thigh, give or take. A little higher. Yeah. Okay. Because I think that's too short. Although I do like it. So I am going to leave it because it's very easy to change. I'm going to leave it because it's easy to change. Okay. Now we modeled the head. So if we take a look at the head, I can see the shape of a square right here. So that's where we're going to start. Make sure we have nothing selected in object mode. We're going to use Tron as our sample here. Yikes. There we go. This one actually does have a center line, which is more common with characters' faces because of the facial animation. Grab these, subdivide. I can kind of see the shape that they're going for here. Shrink this in ever so slightly. Bring that up. Down. Fine, fine. Do it this way. You have to keep the plane of the face, so the shrinking it in is causing the plane to shrink, so we need to bring this forward. And then we need to bring this forward. Oops. There we go. Bring this forward. Both of these. Put those in. Those connect. Those do actually collapse. Not collapse, they center. Yeah, only bangers on this channel. Yeah, they're split. I'll be around just under 400. Because Tron here is just under 400, and the cinematic model of Roll is just under 500. So you're looking mostly around 400 is probably what they were cooking with. Okay, we'll bring these together. You can't measure by the main character, though. The main character is always going to have slightly more. You want to just take a slightly more conservative number so that you can safely go up if you absolutely need to. Okay. subdivide.
Whose footprints are these?
Those are the footprints of ads. Yeah. They can get away with more in a fighting game. Fighting game characters in every console era are always going to have more. Because of their, because of the type of game. That's all good. I knew what you meant. Yeah, the backgrounds in early fighting games were pretty simple. Lots of big, simple objects with lots of big, simple shading. You could get away with more, you know? Look at the early Tekkens. Even in the arcade. Okay. Let's bring this down. We're gonna bring these points slightly in. Remember, we're trying to work the planes of the face. Even on low poly, this stuff is still going to be true. Take that up a lot more. Let's go see-through. Take that up. Too low. Up. Scooch it over. Get a better look at what we're working with here. Okay, so we're too wide. Uh-oh, ads. I'll make it smaller. Bring that in. Scale. These are pretty close. Bounds of the head. A little too tall. But it's not too bad. Do I like Star Wars? Yeah, I mean, I was a fan of the, I was a fan of the original trilogy. I kind of like the new trilogy, too. Not the new trilogy, the prequel trilogy. It's campy. I like it. But, yeah, I was a fan as a kid. I don't go out of my way to involve myself anymore, but as a kiddo, yeah, I was a big fan. I have a Star Wars story I want to, like, cook up someday. Because I am a nerd. I want to draft up, like, the storyboards. Sort of like a personal project, just for funsies, but too fucking busy all the time to find any time to do anything like that. I don't know if there's a cat in Mega Man Legends now that I think about it. Okay, we're going to select all this. We're going to scooch it over. We're just going to scale some of these shapes in. And I think we can probably work with this pretty easily. Yeah, clone troopers can aim. It's the stormtroopers that can't. Okay. Well, I fucked up the symmetry here, so... Damn it. Oh, we'll just do that. Do this. Go here. You're making cursed Star Wars stuff. Okay. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Like Star Wars memes? Or like Ahsoka with just massive fucking titties. Like, what kind of cursed are we talking about here? Okay. Let's just say Gungans are hot. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna put in a formal request that you don't do this. I just want it on the books that I said no. I don't want anyone to think I had anything to do with this, you know? Okay. Grab it. Da, da, da. Okay. Let's hope no giant big tit alien, because that's weird. Oh, man. Wait till I tell you about one of the projects I'm working on. The knowers know. The knowers in chat know. Merc over here cooking up the biggest Eero horror alien thing in human history. Okay. So I want her neck like... Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't drop it. Drop it like a big melon. Watto is hot. Watto is not hot. There's our next Discord challenge. You got to take a Star Wars alien that is not already a character with tits and make them hot. I'm about to drop the hottest female Jabba the Hutt ever, dude. Jabba the Butt. Hot Rancor. Let's see it. Jabba. If you think Jabba has tits, wait till you see my version. Bro, we already did Hot Tingle. Speaking of Zelda music. That was already a project we did in the past. The knowers remember. We did Hot Female Tingle because someone dared me. And I never posted it anywhere and I took it down after a while because I was like, this is pretty cringe. The cringe on this is too much. I don't think I can handle it. And I fucking made it. I don't regret it, but I do acknowledge it was a bad idea. That would, honestly though... Oops, what the fuck is my mouse doing? Honestly, that would be pretty funny. If we did like a cursed challenge in Discord. Like you have to take a character... Like, you have to get approval from other people in the Discord on your character. Like, can this be hot? And then you have to make it hot. And it can't just be like a... It can't just be like a big-titted lady that you call Jabba the Hutt. You know what I mean? Alright, let me peep it. I won't show it on stream. Let me peep it. It's probably too risky for stream. Rated R. You know I can see it. You know I can see it. I'm looking at this. I'm trying to process what my brain is doing right now. Yeah, I don't know. I await it. Yeah, I'm okay. I changed my mind. I've done a full 180 on this. I'm ready. I think honestly, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, This could be pulled off. This could be pulled off, yeah. Alright. Yeah, you know what? I take it back. It has my approval. I'm okay. I'm okay with this. Okay. I'm gonna cut in some edges. I think I need the Ashley cranium to be a little shorter. Get this vert out of here. Okay. If people keep calling it a cat, maybe it looks more like a cat. Although people keep calling me an angry bird, so. A harpy? Harpies are cool. Harpies are a cool fantasy character. Make Admiral Akbar hot. Look, I've seen hot piranha plants from Super Mario, so like I think if you put some time into it, you can make anything hot. Okay. I mean, there is a canonical Boo that is hot. We don't need fans to do that. Nintendo already did that. Yeah, well, Dave Raposo, he'll do anything, man. That guy's a legend. Okay, I don't think any of these characters have ears like Ashley does. None of them have ears that come off the side of their head. So we may have to invent this. We may have to be the ones. But we can probably paint the ear right onto the hair and then cover the other one. Data does have ears. Yeah, okay, you're not wrong. I think they're just cards. I think Data is probably one of the only cute monkeys I've ever seen. I just do not like monkeys as characters. They're usually not cute at all. But Data's cute. Data kind of looks like a big mouse, though, in my opinion. I know he's a monkey, but he looks like a big mouse. I mean, his ears are just giant alpha cards. Well, they have ears. They just don't stick off like Ashley's. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for these big ears, you know? We gotta capture the likeness. Alright. We could just add cards. Let's see what she's at. She is at 354 triangles. And Tron is at 343. So she's actually higher poly than Tron at the moment. We did do some work on the boots that we could get rid of if we really wanted to. I can see the cheerleader thing. Yeah, I can see it. I just have Ashley up. I just have Ashley on stream for emotional support. I just need to look over, see the cute smile. I'm like, ah, yeah, Ashley's cute. Ah, I take the gun out of my mouth. Like, okay. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, Ashley does the cheerleader like arm pump thing when Leon gets a kill. That's what my animation was inspired by. Hey, what's up, Lav? Welcome in, welcome in. You're up late. Thank you for the Prime resub. Why is the Prime sub thing not working? This is the second time it hasn't worked. Elsie, hello. I'm glad you enjoyed the roast chicken. I figured out what I did wrong with the souffle. I'm sorry your guys' souffle was drier than it should have been. I apologize. I figured out what I did wrong. I miscalculated the temperature. It should have been 205 to 190 for 12 minutes. And I put it in at like 190 and took it down to like 175 or something like that. So it was way too low. And so when I checked on it, when it was almost done, they hadn't risen like I thought they should. So I left them in there longer, and that kind of dried them out. So
don't worry about it.
Next time. Aw, thank you, Elsie. Thank you for the 4-month streak for 5 months. You just got home from the second day of Christmas festivities. Oh my gosh, you guys are probably Christmased out at this point. But thank you for coming over again. We didn't expect you guys to stay that late, but we absolutely enjoyed every second of it. It was very fun. Feel free to get some sleep, though. I'm going to fire off the Prime sub from Lavender here. I don't know why I have to do this. I don't know why it doesn't work. Man, it's killing me. Aww. Rizzo's still at the in-laws? Yeah. But you get her back tomorrow, nay? So that'll be fun. Yeah, that'll be nice. Disneyland plans were made on today's drive home. Excellent. Excellent. I know Allison is very excited. It's two birds with one stone. Paris and Disneyland. I mean, I can't think of a better trip for her, honestly. This is like a dream come true. I don't know if she's awake and in chat. She's feeling a bit under the weather. She woke up feeling a little sick today, so she's taking it easy. Yeah, just doxed her. Oh well. Leftover food. Well, we did a roast chicken, so we're gonna... There's Tough Twinklies. We're gonna do a big chicken soup tomorrow. I got leftover roast chicken, so I'm gonna boil all that down. Lots of veggies, lots of spices. It's gonna be so good. Your party's been moved up a week. Okay, so it's this... So... It's not the 11th, it's the 18th. Because if it's the 18th, that's freaking perfect. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. My stream anniversary is the 10th and the 11th. So I was going to do like a big, insane stream as much as I can. And then you were like, let's do my party. Let's do my party on the 11th. And I was like, yeah, fuck the stream anniversary. I'm going to that party. I'm speaking baby Dutch with people. Let's fucking do it. But if it moves up, that's perfect because I actually have scheduled time off. For the 18th, actually. So that's absolutely perfect. Yeah, invite everybody. Invite everybody. I'm gonna be talking big. I'm gonna be talking to everybody. That's me at the party right there. Oh, you do? Nice. Yeah. I am learning Dutch little by little. Okay, perfect. I moved the date on the calendar forward. And we can definitely talk shop about plans, about Disneyland plans. And Mrs. Merck and I will begin to save cash. Got a cat game from your Steam key. Okay. Is it Garfield Kart? Okay. Oops, 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 oops. Okay, okay. What am I doing? Escape, escape. Stop it. All right, go here. Calico. I have not heard of the game Calico, but I know what a calico cat is. Hair's already looking amazing. Oh my gosh. That fucking Yoshi emoji. Oh my god. Yoshi won. Fuck, what team was Yoshi on? Hold on, let me double check. I think he was Booba, wasn't he? God, Booba needs a win so badly. No, he was Cheeks. Yoshi was Cheeks. I'm sorry, Booba fans. Cheeks is taking a decisive Gamba lead. Yeah, my editor's killing it. She's the best. Sorry, Booba fans. I don't think they're rigging the system, but they're definitely winning a lot. They're definitely winning a lot. Oh, I hear someone moving. Yahoo! Yahoo! Yeah, if you're a Cheeks fan, today's your day. If you're not a Cheeks fan, you're probably fuming. I don't know. I'm a Booba Forever fan. That's where my loyalties lie. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not party to the plot. That's what I'm trying to say. Maxon Agent is probably behind it, honestly. I like that the Maxon Agent subscribed to Niche over Christmas, but not to me. A little suspicious. A little suspicious. Yeah, we kind of I've collectively tried to convince everybody that Cheeks is everything below the waist. Hello? Can we go down next time? Thank you. We're almost there, although I'm thinking... I can already tell she's over budget. She's already 404. If I'm using the cutscene budget, she's way under. She's way under. So maybe we don't have too much to worry about. And we can be greedy with our polygons for a little while. I think it should be thin on this side. Not like that. Collapse. Cats are cool, though. I have a couple friends that have some cats. I like nice cats. This makes me feel like I did an alright job. You probably did. I think I need to reshape some of the head up here. She's getting there, though. She's getting there. What I can do is we can just do this, and then we can literally just texture on the ear. We can just give her a big ear right there. Additionally, we can just give her an alpha ear too, which might be a little more... It might be a little more stylish, I think. I guess if we're going for style points, that would be the way to do it. It would also allow her ear to cut the silhouette. Nay. We could do... If we take this edge and subdivide, and then join. We can then scooch that like it's tucked behind her ear. And then we can give her the big shape. We could almost extrude it straight out of the head shape. Like, grab this.
Booba forever, ever.
Booba forever, Orange. Kitten with a damaged jaw. That sounds sad. Yeah, I feel like... Control Shift B. There we go. We could do that, and it gives her that kind of big ear silhouette thing. That's cute. Alright, let's check how many polys she is. Object mode. Hello? She's 429 polys. Cinematic roll is 474. And gameplay Tron is 343. We still have some room to play with her sweater. I have an idea. I have a bit of an idea here. He jumps around and hurts himself. Yeah. Well, animals seem to be mostly unaffected by their disabilities, you know? They don't seem to recognize them. Now, I know I've said splitting down the middle is useless and often not done, but it is done when you need something. So I'm going to do something like this. Hope you had a good Christmas, Orange. Heck yeah, very nice, very nice. Glad to hear it. Hope everybody's Christmas was good, you know? We had a good Christmas. Normally we spend Christmas alone, but, or not alone, we spend it together, but we would usually spend like the day before Christmas or the day after Christmas with family, and we would do our own Christmas thing. But this year, we had friends come over. And they spent most of Christmas Day with us, which was really nice. And we had another group of friends that invited us over to their place. We didn't make it because it was super late when we finished, but it was very nice, you know? It was really friendly. Truly in the spirit of the holiday. I liked it. That might actually work. If we do that. Join that, and join that. All right, Lavin. Velterusten. Sleep well. You were also drawing a bunch and very inspired. Nice. You've been inspired recently. Good, good, good. What do you think inspired you? What got you energized? Thank you, Yui. I think so too, actually. I'm thinking what we'll end up doing is we'll end up painting most of this into the texture to some extent. I'm trying to think about how we're gonna do that. But she's got the little sweater on her back and we can kind of color it in so it sits on top. You know, we can do our best to make the most out of the textures. But it does feel like her. I do feel good about it. I might collapse these edges. These are a bunch of triangles we don't actually need. So realistically, we could just crush these like this. So she's 123. And if we just collapse those, it's 115 now. It's like a massive saving right there. We're gonna do the standard face. They've already solved the issue for us. So like, if we go to UVs, Actually, let me go to clean up, purge unused data. Okay. If we go to the roll cutscene, they've already solved the face layout issue for us. So if we go in here, see, they've already mapped out how the face structure sits with the UVs. This is the nose, by the way. So they've already mapped that structure out. So we're going to use the same structure, and we're just going to set our things in the same pattern. And you can see they've been numbered as well, which is really nice. And the cool thing is, you'll notice that the UVs are not bound, so this UV set can move like this without changing the eyes. Cringe, baby. Cringe. It's pretty funny. There. Good night, Elsie. Sleep well. So very cool. So that problem's already solved. So we're just going to do the same thing. Again, we're keeping her really in style. We're keeping her really in style. Maybe some tasty Christmas ham. Yeah, the only reason I ask is because I used to keep a diary, or like a journal, I guess, whatever you want to call it. That was whenever I kept note every weekend after work of whether the weekend felt really long or really short, and whether I felt inspired to work or not inspired to work. And what did I think the cause was? Like, what did I do that weekend? And then I reviewed it after a couple months, and I found that I often felt like the weekend was longest and most productive and inspiring for me when me and Mrs. Merck would go on a nice big walk and like go to the park in San Francisco. We would go to Golden Gate Park and we'd get like a boba on the weekend, and we'd sit around and we'd watch people play baseball at the park and do stuff like that. That kind of going out, surprisingly, always made me get more stuff done, even though it seems like, well, wouldn't you want to stay in for the weekend and get a bunch of shit done, right? You'd think that, but not necessarily. Usually going out was the trigger for making the weekend feel really long and me being really excited, because I would come back energized and, you know. So maybe that's what happened. Okay, let's grab the girls here and scooch them over. Let's grab roll here. Nope, not what I wanted to do. No, wait. What? Of that. Okay, so now let's zoomies around a little bit. We really need the bangs to connect. And again, she's got the big ears, so we're really trying to capture the big ear. She's got those big ears. We need to make sure that we capture that feature. It kind of wisps off to the side, but I don't want to rely on too much. So I think I might remodel this chunk because we have a few extra polys to spend. Because we are at 555, or sorry, 455 at the moment, and we have 470. So, and we can save more polys now that I think about it. We actually, most likely, do not need these edges. I want to say we can actually get rid of these. We can, but I actually think this will look better. Again, the one thing you want to remember, the most important thing to remember when you're working low poly. Oops. Silhouette is the only thing that matters. Okay, so we are now down to 447 out of 474. So we still have a decent amount of polys that we can use. I think we might use our budget of alpha pixels on her bangs. That's what I think we should do. Oh, we need her nose too. She doesn't have a nose. She has her nose modeled in. Tron does not. Okay. Plus it unblocks you. Any blocks you might have since new ideas show up. Yeah, getting exposed to new things, just kind of getting out can really help. This might be unnecessary. As much as I want the silhouette piece there, I kind of think we maybe don't need it. It does do something for the shape, though. Oh, we got ads in 2 minutes. She's getting there, though. She's getting there. I'm seeing the silhouette. I'm seeing the silhouette. What's really helping is that her hair is really starting to feel like Ashley. Ads are about to start up, so... I might take a moment here. I might just play the ads early. Let me grab these two and move them forward. I think I'm going to run the ads early. I'm going to run ads so we have a nice clear hour. I'm going to go check on Mrs. Merck, make sure she's doing good, see if there's any snacks or water I want to bring up, and then I will be back and we will keep working on this. Let me check the time here. I'm probably going to keep working for a few more hours. And we'll refine the shape. And what we'll probably do is we'll do an initial UV test and we'll use the original textures that they made as a test for our own UVs. And then we'll be ready either towards the end of the stream or tomorrow to actually go into A Sprite and start making our own texture. And we'll do blocking colors and then we'll build up from there. I'm gonna pop the ads. I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, friends. I'm back. All right, let's see how much we got left in us tonight. I had some salty crackers. They're amazing. So the thing I want to capture, I'm going to increase the ear size. Because I want the wombo ear.
Has come too.
Thank you for the follow. Aku, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Right. I could probably... We could probably paint the ear here. No, I think that's more polys. I was gonna say we could subdivide and then take this, scooch it down, and then extrude this out and like paint the ear on there. But I don't think we need to, mainly because we have already been pretty cost efficient with our polys. Because we can do this, and we can do that. And we can grab these faces and separate them. Scooch these forward. And then we can mirror and see what happens. Kind of having the ear poking out might be cute, just to illustrate how big her ears are. Let me put my emotional support Ashley back on the screen here. So this is still like flimsy. I don't like the look of it. So we might... I see the president equipped his daughter with some giant mouse ears. And huge boobs. That's how I would have rewritten it. Come on, Carlos. I think I want to take this face up. Like so. And then snap these back. Grab this, delete the faces. So one thing I'm noticing is this edge. This feels like it needs to come in. This feels like it should come in, but there's a problem, and I'm not going to bring this in because I'm actually going to paint the texture map so that there's a little bit of color for her hair right here. That's the plan. And if we go back to the UVs and we look at what they do, obviously they're going to paint the color of the hair. They're going to paint the hair right in. So we don't have to worry too much about that. So if we go back, we don't even really need this, to be fair. We could just do that. And we could paint the shadow of her hair along it. But I do like that it kind of breaks the silhouette slightly, especially from camera angles like this. So that's why I'm keeping it for now. We can always go back and fix it later if we decide we don't like it. I'm gonna go in here, turn off wireframe. I'm gonna turn auto smooth on and go to my smooth by angle stuff. You have to hold Alt to affect all of them at the same time. We'll probably have to just crease things by hand. It's a nice pipe dream that it'll just work, but hold Alt to clear all of them. Right? Doesn't matter. It don't matter. Okay. She technically still does not have a nose, so she needs the triangle shape. We're definitely going to give her a bit of a button nose because I think the button nose is cute. Right? It's cuter. The no nose. This is such a silly face. But it's cuter. And then we'll see how many polys we have left to actually do like the scarf. Okay, I don't know why it won't select all of them. That's fine. Scale this up a little bit. I want her collar to look a little more interesting. And then we can poke the face. Now that's going to increase our triangle count. But if we do that, it makes it feel maybe a little more like a turtleneck. Okay, we are at 454. Here, I'll do this. So there we are. So again, cutscene roll 474, gameplay Tron 343. Let's go back to the source files. Let me check out. Check out Tron cutscene. Let's put her in. Let's put the cutscene version in and see what. I know she's going to have more interesting hair. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so they added ridges for her hair, which I actually think is, design-wise, I think that's a smart move. There's a little more shape to her hair. And then they actually added the silhouette for her shoes. So in my opinion, if we go back... Oh, we didn't fix the texture. Let's just do that real fast. Here... Emission, color... 1... Alpha. So... the big upgrades that they gave her were silhouette, which is what I always say.
You're watching Mercurial Forge, home of the Booba, the best streamer on Twitch. He's working on his next 3-day ban, so settle in and shrimp up. Booba forever, ever.
Yo, welcome Nostalgia Ninja. Yeah, lots of they put a lot more in the hair. So she has about 50, what is that? 62 tries difference, and most of it's in the hair. I'm doing well. Thank you for joining us. I hope your art study went well. Yeah, the no pose thing is, it's always going to look really wonky. The thing I'm noticing about our Ashley right now is that the silhouette looks weak compared to some of the bigger silhouette stuff. I think it might have to do with her skirt. Oh, you're doing vertex painting 3DS style stuff? Nice. The 3DS stuff is amazing. Some of the most impressive looking use of vertex painting. Make the ears bigger. It's not a bad idea. Not bounding box, cursor. Yeah, I really do think part of it's going to have to come from exaggerating certain things. I also think... I think what we need to do is maybe put some extra shape into her upper shoulder. Not like making them bigger, but round it out slightly so she can be in more dynamic poses.
V has come too.
Thank you for the follow. God, that reminds me, I still have to figure out why Prime sub alerts just do not trigger. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Like the sweater portion. Yeah, make it clip out over the shoulders more, maybe? That might be one of the things to do. I wonder. The ears should be the size of Tron's hair. We have to be realistic. We can't go that insane. Although I do like how big, I do like that we made them bigger. Yeah, I think that was a good call. I want her to be cute. And the ears are going to make her cute. I know they are. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me check something on my stream thingy. I think I know why it's not working. I think I know why it's not working. Yeah, I know why it's not working. Okay, let me fix it real fast. I forgot that Prime subs also have a resubscription variant. Okay, fixed the Prime sub thing. Okay. Yeah, so what we might end up needing to do then... We can get some edges back. We can just remove these and get those edges back. I think that might be step one. If we take all those edges back... Oh my god, ZBrush, what are you doing? Or Blender. I'm so used to pitching at ZBrush. Okay, we have 242. And we're gunning for less than 500. Okay. I'm a little worried about this portion of her hair. I think we need to do something more like that, actually. Getting a little goth with that. I want this to kind of gently cover her eye. Let's do this. We use this edge to sharpen here and here. That way it kind of moves over. And this is not actually centered, I'm noticing. It comes from the other side of her head, actually. So it breaks the center line. It's got a bit of shape like that. And it comes down. And we're just going to have to trust in the alpha. I think because her part is, I keep using Alt. I think because her part is centered, we don't want to break that too much. So we can do this instead. We can grab both of these, delete the faces to remove the edge, grab this, fill it in, and then grab this and fill it in. And I think we can pull this one down slightly. And back. Grab this. Like that. Add some more shape back here. Pull this down. Pull this down. Pull this back. I wonder if we can just kill this center line, actually. This is costing us. I think it looks fine without the center line. Kind of cheat a center like that. So again, the center line is a costly addition to the face, to anything at this point in low poly history. So we're not looking to do much of that. Okay, I think this looks a lot more Ashley with the extra bang. And what we're probably going to do now is we're gonna do something like this. We're going to have the hair come down. We're going to have the hair come down like this. And we're going to cut here. I don't know if you guys can see this. There we go. We're going to have the hair come down and cut there. And then we're probably going to do a cut like that. And then bring it around to the side. Maybe another cut there. And then the color of her hair will go that way. This needs to have something done. Because this shape is not reinforcing that her hair kind of comes to the side. And then this technically is behind the ear, I think, or slightly over the ear. So yeah, I love this kind of stuff. Like, this is super fun. I am very excited to sit down with Romana and try to figure out what shapes, well, how we can solve those shapes within the same limitations, right? Like if we're building her, like especially her hair, like how are we solving these shapes? And we can obviously add a few extra polys here and there to really capture her, but you know, whatever you want to do is what I want to do in terms of approaching the project. But I'm coming at this from the perspective of like, you know, Capcom just dropped Megaman Legends and they're coming over and they're like, we want to cook up Resident Evil 4. This is your character. We want to do it in the Capcom style, the Mega Man Legends style, for whatever reason. And one of the reasons I want to learn this style is because I do want to actually do a Resident Evil game, like kind of in this style, you know, kind of like Crow Country. But Crow Country had its own unique take, and I just feel like Mega Man Legends deserves some love. It needs to come out like that. Yeah, I've seen some tutorials about the Mega Man Legends stuff, like, oh, do this for Mega Man Legends style, and it's like, yeah, you can quote unquote do this for Mega Man Legends, but if you want to study a style, this is the best way to do it. Import characters from the game, if you have access to them, or bring up a shit ton of reference and do your absolute best to match as much as you possibly can. That's the only way to get close. Okay, we got to do the nose. I keep forgetting. How do I want to do the nose? Give me an icosphere? No. Give me... Okay, click off those. Give me a... We'll probably just start with a cone here. Perfect. It's a perfect nose. All right. Grab this. Delete that. She's got a big nose. Okay. Scale down. Ah, shit. I have it at... There we go. I forgot it spawns at the origin thing. Move this forward. Scooch it up. It'd be really fun to do a Gerudo in this style. Ooh, a Pyramid Head Reaver bot? Now that's a fun project. Oh, take this off. Opening box. That would be cool. I think it'd be fun to do my, like, crazy alien girl in this style. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna pull it back. It's too much. No, it needs to be pointed. That's number one. Needs to come down. That's number two. Trying to figure out what the solution is to this Tron one. Let me turn these geometries back on. Okay. So they're trying to match up these edges so that the flow is similar. Okay. I like that. Looking forward to UV texturing to really see the crimes. Nah, your stuff's probably fine. We'll do our best to stick close to what they did. Yeah, okay. I see why those edges are there. I'm using the gameplay mechanic for how they made noses because if I extrude the nose from the face, it's going to be a lot more costly. So she is now 438. Grab a sip of water here. I'm pretty scared about the skirt still. But I think that's just a problem we have to solve later. Yeah, I definitely think making it a triangle is probably going to be the move. They get away with so much. Square, square, and then they triangle the thing. It won't match up the same anymore. Okay, let's see. Let's try it. It's gonna read weird with this zigzag, so I may have to remove the poke as well. Which I kind of feel like, let's see. Let's look at it first. Yeah, maybe it is too high poly. I like it. I like the extra edges for the neck. But maybe we really don't need them. Maybe this is just okay. I mean, I guess I can always add them back. It's not a big deal. Okay, let's do this. Let's grab here and shrink this in. This will give the breast area a little more oomph. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Let's try doing this. Let's make... So instead of modeling in the collar, like the sweater chunks, I think what we need to do is just jam a shape into her chest like this. I think that is going to end up being way more poly efficient. Because we can cull the back face and we don't need to make all those other edges. We don't have to do any of that. Then we can grab this. Shrink it in slightly. God damn it. Grab this face. Delete it. Okay. I wonder... Can we do the trick with the nose where we just kind of match it up like that? God damn it. Keep going to texture paint mode. That kind of works, actually. It could be lower, though. It should probably actually be down here. It's not centered anymore. Okay, now it's centered. That actually kind of works. And then we can try this. We can take this and move it forward. And we'll come over here, this, and she has the 2. Yeah, I like Apple Market, and I like the mall song. That one's actually really good. Let me go look that one up real fast. Music. Not mall. It's I think it's City Hall. Sorry, that may have been loud.
Watching Mercurial Forge, home of the Booba, the best streamer on Twitch. He's working on his next 3-day ban, so settle in and shrimp up. Booba forever.
Yo, what's up, Den Ruby? Thank you for the raid, big dog. 45. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Merc. We are doing the Megaman Legends, converting Ashley from Resident Evil 4 into Megaman Legends style. Yeah, only the best raid notifications in here. What's up, Dino? Dodge any good meteors lately? Alright, wait a minute. Wait a minute, why can't we hear this? Or why can't I hear this? Oh fuck, it's gonna ruin everything. Okay, hold on. Oh, thank you. They were made by Mrs. Merc. Alright, this sucks. Get this out of here. Get this not working for me. Yeah, Mrs. Merc made all the emotes. Alright, we'll turn that back on. My current new favorite has got to be... It's got to be this one. I will absolutely tell her that. She will be thrilled. You hear that? There's another channel that has Mrs. Merc emotes as well. Here we go. Because of all the Metal Gear theming. There's another channel that has her emotes. Chicky Nuggy. So yeah, she's cooking. She's cooking. Thank you for the compliments. She will get a kick out of that. She's currently sick right now. She usually hangs out and chat, and but she's a little under the weather, so. No, the Ashley was made by me, actually. That is a Merc special. Yeah, that's I did that. It took quite a while. Animation's a pain in the ass, everyone knows. Grab this. But yeah, I'm a big Ashley fan, if you can't tell. She's one of my favorite Resident Evil characters. We need to move these up. Well, she is my favorite Resident Evil character. And I hope they never bring her back for anything, because I like her the way she is. She doesn't need to come back in Resident Evil 9 as some kind of badass, you know? Just let her be. There we go. Oh, that's right. I was gonna do like a Leon Screech as a reward for this event. Dang, I forgot to do that. I'll try and set that up tomorrow. To animate Ashley in 3D? Doing the jump? Yeah, you're welcome to. You're more than welcome to. I love Ashley's voice in the original. I love her screaming. I think it's cute. I think it really works. Sells the character. I think this is working. But I want to do... Yeah, we were joking earlier that Carlos is like, I see the president equipped his daughter with gigantic ears and huge tits. He's just not even shy about it anymore. He's not even trying to be coy.
V has come too.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Dino. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yo, what's up, Davey? I think there are certain characters you can absolutely bring back, right? I don't think Sherry needed to come back personally, but like we can bring back Leon. I'm not peeved about that. I think it's fine. Leon kicks ass. Leon's a main character. Let him be a main character, you know? I mean, homies thought Chris was going to come back in Resident Evil 8. I mean, he did. But they thought he was going to come back and, like, turn into a werewolf and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm okay. I'm okay with it. Okay. What the hell am I doing? Bus driver from Outbreak. Dude, I want Mr. Black from Outbreak. And Mrs. White. Those characters are rad. Dude, I'm saying if Leon doesn't get a smooch from Ada in this game, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be pissed. You only played 4. Okay. 4 is great, though. 4 is great. I like Leon, though. I like Leon. I have a whole short about the reveal of Leon in RE9.
Who's that?
That's the ads warning. You beat 4 and 2, and you've got 7 and 8. I never played 7 or 8. They didn't draw me in. They didn't draw me in. The RE4 remake, as an RE4 fan, I'm a big fan of RE4. The RE4 remake is rad. It's actually really rad. I'm not saying you have to play it. I'm just saying if it ever piques your interest to dig back in, it's cool. I enjoyed it. But 7 is better than 8. I could kind of see that. I kind of feel like 7 had a little more Resident Evil. 8 kind of feels... I don't know. They just didn't appeal to me the way other Resident Evils had in the past. And I don't play games unless there's something about them that I feel like I'm gonna get out of it at this point. I just don't have the time anymore. So, like, I love Zelda, but there's Zelda games I haven't played, right? And I love Mario, and there's Mario games I haven't played. But whenever a game comes out, I take a really close look at it and I say, does this look like something I want to experience? Not just like, oh, I gotta consume it because I'm a consumer of product. I'll let the ads roll. If you have ad blocker, that's totally fine too. I'm not gonna freak out. But yeah, I'm not sure if you're getting hit with ads, but yeah. So 7 and 8 just didn't do it for me. I was just like, I don't need to play these. I'll be fine. And it's not like Ethan is like a plot point in this new game, so I don't have to worry too much about that. Okay, I feel like this is starting to work. I mostly don't play horror because I'm not into item management. I don't mind the scary stuff. That's pretty funny, actually. It seems like you're lying. It seems like an insane lie. I believe you. It's just funny to me. It's just funny to me. You get 1 5-second ad with Twitch Turbo. You shouldn't get any ads with Turbo. You only get 1 5-second ad without Twitch Turbo. Okay, I think that's what you meant to say. Yeah. Yeah, some places don't serve a lot of ads depending on the time and the region. The ad is for Twitch Turbo. Damn, okay. Well, I guess they're pushing the marketing on that one. I have Twitch Turbo, to be fair, because it keeps VODs up for 60 days instead of 15, I think. And also I watch a lot of other streamers, and I usually leave streams on almost all day somewhere in the house, so someone is making money off the ads. I like the item management. I get why you feel that way. But I do like the item management. I think Resident Evil 4 did it really well. I like Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think 5 and 6 are fun. I don't think they're amazing, but I think 5 and 6 are fun. And I never played 7 or 8, but we are absolutely playing 9. I'm going to play it on stream, by the way. I'm going to set aside a couple days, and we're going to play it on stream. Because I don't play a lot of games on stream. But 9 is going to be huge. A lot of people are going to be talking about it. It's going to be a good way to find some new enjoyers of the stream. Enjoy your food, Den. Thank you for the raid again, buddy. I hope your stream went well, man. Well, 5 is a wild ride, for sure. 5 and 6 are wild. But I love them. I still think they're fun. Resident Evil 1 Remake is actually super dope. It's actually a really good game. It's a really good remake, actually. It's very, it's very true to the source and, a fun experience. I think we need to make her ass bigger. I know there's a lot of people clapping in chat right now, but... So I think this will work. I think what we can actually do here... We've had to get creative with some polys, but I think we're still under budget. Oh shit. Not what I wanted to do. Grab this. Snap. Snap. Yeah. I think what we can do now... I think that looks better. I think we've added a little more silhouette to her torso. I think we're just giving her a little more character now. We could give her the thick boots too. That could give her a little more interesting silhouette that maybe matches the big shoes. No, it was. Yeah, RE6 got the shit kicked out of it when it came out. It got the shit kicked out of it. Yeah. People were pretty pissed off that... Like, that's kind of what's funny. This is a bad example, but I think it kind of gets the point across. Zelda had set the precedent that every Zelda game was a little bit different, but it kept the same formula. But when Resident Evil had sort of set the formula for 3 games in a row, and then they did 4 really well, people weren't still willing to accept 5 and 6 as being different enough. They're like, as being sort of the same game. They were just upset that it wasn't, you know, 2, 3 again, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, people will always complain, right? People will always fucking complain. That's fine. We all know there are going to be people fucking complaining about RE9 too. They're like, this isn't a real Resident Evil game. This isn't a real Resident Evil game. It's just people are so stupid. This isn't exactly what I wanted, and now I'm pissed off about it. Yikes. I would love to see upgraded combat. I'd love that. Definitely shouldn't do it this way, but I just want to get a look at the silhouette. We'll make the boots cuter. They don't have to be stupid. Yeah, I kind of like it. We'll try it like this. I've heard good things about Hyrule Warriors, both versions. I think I had the first Hyrule Warriors, and I liked it. It's a fun game, you know? I didn't buy the next one because, you know, like I've mentioned before, I only play games that interest me, right? Like there has to be something about it. That kind of grabs my attention, and it's like, oh yeah, that really seems like something I should play. I should leave that on. She's got some huge boots. I mean, it's not inaccurate for the game, though. They're really big, though. That's really big. Might need to tone them down. I think that for me, one of the things that really caught my eye about Hyrule Warriors was just how many characters and how much of a love letter it was to the franchise. That really charmed me. You know, like, oh wow, you can play as Zelda and Tetra, and I think you could play as like fucking Medley and right, like there was just so much. You could play as the fucking Great Fairy, which was awesome, and she was hot and fun. Like I loved it. I loved that kind of stuff. Just like, oh man, they're developers having fun with cool IPs. Like, this is what games are supposed to be about. And I've also heard that the new Hyrule Warriors, that it's like a Calamity or whatever the fuck it's called. I've heard that it actually expands on the lore of the game, and that people have enjoyed the lore expansion. And I'm like, that's okay, you know. I'm glad that Nintendo's doing something, giving a little lore to stuff that isn't just like yeah, we're getting a Legends of Zelda movie. I don't know how I feel about that. I wait until the trailer, you know. I reserve the right to change my mind, but I don't believe it's going to be amazing. I think it's going to be exactly like the Mario movie, satisfying because it's exactly what you wanted and there's nothing else to it. Yeah, excellent takes. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like the people who clearly made Hyrule Warriors wanted to make Hyrule Warriors, right? They're Zelda fans. My only complaint is that I wish that stuff happened in the Zelda game. I don't mind having to buy another Zelda game to get more Zelda story. But I kind of just wish that the story of what happened in Breath of the Wild and like what happened in Tears of the Kingdom happened in Tears of the Kingdom. It's like the Final Fantasy 15 thing where you had to go watch the movie and the anime to get the rest of the story. It's like, I don't want to, it's not that I don't want to do that. It's that I want to play the game, you know? I want to be satisfied with what the game has to offer. Okay, the boots might actually be helping. We could also do leg warmers. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want Kingdom Hearts crap. I checked out of that series after the first one. After they started doing all the wacky shit. I think this is looking pretty good, actually. I kind of wish... I kind of want to do something like... We need to do this the manual way? Probably. Try it. You have a bewildered respect for what Kingdom Hearts does. Yeah, that's what I was thinking is if I give her like a more Tron-like boot and remove the heel and then just place a leg warmer on top of it, and then we could make the leg warmer like a green color. We could do brown and green, something like that. Like there's something there. I do want to try it. I also wanted to try this. I know you're like, Merc, what the fuck are you doing? But I'm trying to think of like some kind of shape to give her hair that kind of adds to that Mega Man Legends style. It's like a kind of like a cowlick maybe. Yeah, I don't want it to be Wolverine hair, though. I don't think she necessarily needs it. I don't want to leave like stones unturned for the design. You know what I mean? I think that's an important factor, is to just try things. Exactly, Bryce. Exactly. You do have to take wild swings. You do. And if you don't, though, you leave so much on the table that otherwise could have improved it. Yeah, I agree, Keith. 100%. I agree that AI doesn't leave room for experimentation. It leaves room for like premature, I call it this, premature perfection. Okay? Where it looks so good that the result the AI gives you is so satisfying. These people don't consider the creativity that's left behind. That's the problem. Premature perfection. I'm coining the term right now. The concept of something looking so good so fast that no one bothers to do any creative exploration beyond it. How did I was impression of people on AI? I have not. I have not. Well, I think you're hitting on something, Keith, that's really interesting. I think this is a good conversation because nothing that I start from my own brain when I have the vision in my mind is the result I end up with. It's like trying to take a whole orange and I see the orange at the end, but I have to pass it through a cheese grater. You know what I mean? What comes out on the other side is it's still the orange. It's just in a different form. This is a terrible analogy, but you get the idea. It has to go through the process, right? But it ends up being orange marmalade or orange jam or orange juice. But I wanted the orange and I still got it. And that's the creative process. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna read this story time. Hold on. I think AI can be good if you use it as a base to fix and push further, fix the details it rushed and go beyond what it produced, as it did some of the job. It leaves you more cognitive load to go further with the project asset, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't agree. I think if that's how you want to use AI and you want to engage with AI that way, that's fine. I'm not here to police anyone's use of AI, right? It's a tool, use it however you want. But you'll never be a great artist if you use it that way. You'll never learn what you need to learn. You'll never master any craft ever. You'll always be mediocre. And the AI will always be doing most of the work for you. And I don't think that's any way to treat your brain. I think it's a waste of the cognitive power that you possess, the skill and the power that you could develop, the satisfaction of doing it all yourself, as opposed to having someone do 50 to 60% of it for you and then hand you the drawing and you just fill in the details you want. I don't think that's good for anyone creatively. I think anyone who uses AI in that capacity will become bored eventually. And when they set out on their own to do the work that they want to do, they will find themselves at a massive disadvantage, and they will be disappointed that they didn't spend the last 10 years of their life actually learning to do it themselves. That's just me, though. That comes from someone who has mastered anatomy, who has mastered sculpting, who has spent years drawing and painting. And I've been doing all this shit for a living. It's incredibly rewarding to do everything myself. And I find that having AI do any of it for me is, I don't know, I don't like it. But I would never tell you not to do it that way. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. I'm just personally not worried about AI taking my job, or anyone who thinks that AI can replace that kind of creativity, you know? Yeah, I'm not here to shit on anyone. I'm open to these AI discussions. I am. I'm very open to it. But yeah, I definitely have a hard opinion on that. So the Bicentennial Man. Yeah, well, a lot of people who read science fiction don't actually get the point of science fiction. Go read Starship Troopers and then watch the movie. They're two different standpoints, and they're both making wild claims. One is more agreeable than the other. I do want to read this though. I do want to read Harada's comment here, because I think what I read initially is interesting. I think that's a good way to put it, Keith. It's like paint by numbers and then doing a little extra. You know, it's like paint by numbers, but you add a bow to it and you add a few extra things. You know, I don't love it. I don't love it. I want to see humans create stuff. I want to see people create stuff. I don't care what machines make. I just don't. I don't. I'd rather see. Honestly, and I've told this to everyone I know whenever we have the AI discussion. I would rather. It's more refreshing and interesting for me to see bad art made by a human. I actually like bad art, and you know what I think is hilarious? When that Firin drawing of her looking up at the sky, and the guy posted, and he was like, "How do you draw this? How do you draw people looking up? Is this even possible?" And that image fucking blew up on the internet. And then you look at all the AI bros and all the AI artists who are making quote unquote better art with AI, and their shit is just dead in the water. And this guy who made a bad drawing is getting all this attention because he's trying. I think that's a perfect example. People just don't care about AI stuff. It's more interesting to watch a human try than a machine succeed at something that it could only be taught because humans exist. So yeah, and that's the thing. People were genuinely trying to help him. It's part of what it's part of the art like continuum, right? Art is about humanity. And I don't think that machines can convey what humans can convey. If that makes sense. It's difficult to explain if you're not an artist, but if you're making art with a machine, it doesn't have the same soul that when someone puts their blood, sweat, and tears into it and they make mistakes, and those mistakes become beautiful pieces of the art. At the end of the day, AI is training wheels. It's like if I want to write a program in a language I never learned, AI will help me translate the logic I learned from other languages. And then after quite some time, you don't need it anymore. Of course, the senior artists are better than AI dependent ones. Yeah. I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. But I want to put one caveat on top of that. I was an Unreal programmer for 3.5 years. And I can say this to anyone that's a programmer in here. I actually think that modern IDEs are bad for learning programming. Because they do all of the thinking for you. They don't force you to remember structure. They don't force you to remember implementation. I was C++. I've done C#, C++, Java, HTML, CSS. I've done Unity stuff. I was a senior advisor on the Unity animation committee during the construction of Mechanim, their animation system. They didn't listen to me, but that's okay. Then I was an Unreal programmer for 3.5 years. So what I'm saying is that IDEs don't force you to memorize the basics of the language. AI does the same thing. Now, I'm going to shoot my argument in the foot, kind of, and say, let's say you want to write a script for Photoshop. Let's assume Photoshop has a programming language, or let's say Maya. Let's say you want to make a Maya Python script or a Maya Mel script. Let's say Mel, because Python's a more accepted language. Mel is unique to Maya. You want to make a Maya Mel script that does something. You don't intend to be a Mel programmer or a Maya tool maker. So you go to ChatGPT and you say, write me a Mel script that selects all 5-sided faces or all vertices that only have one connection or whatever, right? And it makes you a script and you plug it into the Mel script and you run it and it works. To me, I think that's a fine solution. I think that's a perfectly valid use of AI because I don't actually care. Because in the instance that this tool actually already existed in Maya, I just clicked the button and it would work. I'm not trying to learn Mel scripting. Okay? So the argument I'm making is that it's no different than clicking a button. But that's the downside. When you click a button and you get the answer, when you click a button and you get the solution, when you click a button and you get the art, you're doing none of the work. You're doing none of the learning. You're doing none of the investment. You're doing none of the use of your brain. You're doing none of the creativity. That's where I'm coming from, right? And I'll perfectly admit, if I needed something like that for Maya or Blender, if I needed a Blender script, yeah, I would probably fucking just go in and say, AI, write this for me. The problem is, if it failed, I would have to learn how to do it myself. Right? So I don't know. Maybe it'll get super, super, super good at some point and we'll never have to do anything for ourselves ever again. I don't know. But I try not to use AI too much for anything, really, because I feel like it atrophies my mind when I use AI. Like, AI, this, translate this thought. I don't want to write this email. It's like, oh, God, I can feel my brain seizing up. I don't like it, You've seen some inspiring AI pictures. I'm not gonna lie, I've seen some dope ass AI stuff. I've seen some AI pictures and things where I'm just like, that's pretty fucking rad. That's cool. But am I gonna print that out and hang that on my wall? No, absolutely not. No. I don't care. Because you know why I don't care? Because a million fucking people can make the same image with no effort and no energy whatsoever. I'd rather see someone else do it from hand. Take the photo, reference themselves, that kind of stuff. You don't need AI if you know the way. Yeah, this is true. But creation and art seem to be destroyed by AI soon, as the new generation will never even care for or know about the existence of Blender or any tool to create or make art. It sounds rage bait, sorry. It's not, no. And here's what I'm gonna tell you. And this is why I don't think this is scary when people come to me and they say, Merc, I'm worried about AI. What do we do? Here's the thing. People who become dependent on AI, I'm gonna tell you this right now. I want you to think about this. People who become dependent on AI, what do they do when the power goes out? Do they boot up the AI on their rock in the backyard? Do they go ask the tree for help? What do they do when the internet goes down? The problem is AI relies on something else. You're outsourcing a portion of your mind to something else. Okay? That's the problem. Now, here's the other side of the argument. I'm going to give you this one too. This is another reason why I'm not worried. Unfortunately, humanity is about to encounter the most... What's the best way to say it? The most unskilled generation of mankind ever is about to enter the living human space. That's why I'm not worried. I'm just not worried. I'm just not. I can guarantee you that there's about to be a generation of people that are incapable of pretty much doing anything without the computer. And I will always be able to sculpt in clay. I can actually, the stuff that you see me sculpt in ZBrush, I can actually make that in real life. I don't need power or internet to do that. I can do that in clay with a fucking toothpick. I can do all that stuff in real life. And I've done it before, and I can do it again. I don't need the machine to teach me that or to help me. It's just cleaner and easier to use ZBrush. That's why I do it. If we ever get to a point where I'm fully capable of, like, if the stream is doing really well, we're popping off, we're earning good money, and I can spend some time doing that, I will absolutely do a fucking sculpt in clay on stream. I'll get the cameras and everything set up. We'll do a real sculpt in real clay. But I'm just not worried. I'm just not. Yeah, it's true. It's true. A lot of people are fucked. It's very sad. I'm going to explain this to you. The machine is going to try and run ads here in about 5 minutes. So we don't have to wrap the conversation up. I love these conversations. I think they're great. You know? But I'll say this. When humans discovered that they could use other animals that were domesticated to pull plows for them, that's what they used. They used the animal. So they outsourced the labor of doing the hard labor themselves to other animals. When humans realized that they could outsource the labor of machinery, like factory labor, building things, to machines, they outsourced the factory labor to the machines. Easy. Humans are just now, we're watching this as people. All of us, everyone in chat, everyone watching right now, everyone who sees the VOD, everyone who sees the short for this clip, whatever. We're watching people trade in their own brain. I'm pointing at my head right now. They're trading in their own brain for the mechanical one. Because that's what humans do. When humans find an easier way to accomplish a task, they use the easy way to accomplish that task. The machine accomplishes many thinking tasks now, which means people will turn their brains off, just like we turned our bodies off because we didn't need to do the physical labor anymore. They're going to turn their brains off. And we're about to run into a bunch of dumb people. And I know that there's a worry because the people who are doing the hiring think AI will work. A lot of people will think that. I think it's pretty obvious that consumers don't want that. Look at what happened to E33. They found out that E33 used a little bit of AI. The E33 guys apologized. The awards were taken away. I mean, you really think that that's going to change? Maybe. Maybe it will. But I think in general, people don't like it. I think it's kind of safe to say they don't like it. Yeah, it got taken back. They lost the awards that they won because they found the AI images in it. Personally, I don't care. It doesn't bother me either way. I don't have a horse in that race. But think about it this way. Like, do you really think all these big games that are coming out that they're saying like, oh, we're all going to use AI now? Clearly the players are upset. You got to think about it that way, right? Yeah, they took the awards back. I actually have a lot of respect for that move. I really do. I really do. Well, in 10 years, when all the executives are, you know, when they're not at the top anymore and they need someone to fill the job, they're not going to fill it with Zoomers who can only use ChatGPT. One, I don't want to talk about the first point, as the AI may produce crazy power for its, to its needs. Yeah. For the second point, fully agree. This generation will be very limited in brain powers. Set nicely. Yeah, unfortunately. It's scary, is what it is. Think about it this way. All those people, they're going to be taking care of you when you're old. Isn't that fucking scary? And yes, we shall worry the doctor to take care of me when I'm of me in 20 years. We'll be looking at AI. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, think about that fucking scary fact. All these people who can't do anything without AI, they're going to be the ones that take care of you when you're old. Fuck. It's time to hit the gym so I never get old. You know, it's like fucking A, dude. Gamers get angry when they see assets and animations reused and they think AI is going to cut it. Yeah. I agree. I don't think the boss cares about the soul of the art. No one does. No one cares about artists. That's been fucking true since the dawn of art. That's nothing new. That's the battle we've always been fighting. That's always been the artist's labor. No one cares but the artist. Here's the thing, though. Consumers do care. Now, you can make as much stuff out of AI as you want, but you have to find people to buy it. Here's the thing. I do not say for work art. I'm a 2D artist as well. I do not say for work as well. I still have people buying my work. They could make 300 drawings of their character with AI if they wanted to. I still have people paying me hundreds of dollars to do it myself for them. Why is that? It's because art and artists still have value. It's because consumers actually care about where the product comes from. Surprise, people don't like to actually eat literal fucking garbage. People want to eat real food, so you have to make real food. So, consuming, yeah, I was like, damn, dude, your caps locking hard, bro. You're Sparrow is dancing with the devil right now. We're just about to go to ads, so I'm gonna pop those ads. Again, Mrs. Merck is feeling a little under the weather. I'm gonna pop those ads. I'm gonna check in on her, make sure she's okay, and then I will come back and we'll keep working for a little bit. Yeah, look at the dude. Fucking McDonald's is crazy. We can get into that. We can get into that, but dude, like $20, $30 something dollars for like a regular McDonald's meal? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get out of here, dude. I ain't eating that. I ain't eating that at all. It's approaching like regular restaurant prices. Get fucked, bro. I can spend like $10 more and go get real ramen with my wife. Insane. You will eat insects. That weird bald guy. All right, folks, I will be back. We're going to keep working on this. We're going to polish up Ashley here. And I'll see you on the other side. Alright, we're back. I'm gonna give this freebie to you guys, right here. I know how you can become a YouTube star. I got the formula for you. Go make a bunch of shitty AI art. Do that for about maybe 6 months to a year. It's gonna suck, but do it. Then start a YouTube channel where your videos are basically labeled AI artist learns to draw, AI artist learns to sculpt, AI artist learns 3D modeling. It's gonna be huge soon. I'm not joking. I 100% believe that that kind of stuff is gonna start popping up. And that AI art, that brand of AI artist who leaves and goes and becomes a traditional artist is going to then hold themselves above AI artists and cause a bit of a kerfuffle in the community. Yo, what's up, Monka? You censor stuff on X with pictures of your blue sky profile. That's fucking genius, dude. Oh my god. He's cooking, bro.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
He's cooked, bro. Here's the thing. I don't want to... I want to model. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole for too long. So I'll say this. And kind of wrap up my thoughts on the AI. If you guys want to keep talking about it in chat, do whatever you want. Thank you for the follow, by the way. To everyone that followed while I was ranting, thank you for the follows, by the way. I watched a little bit of the AI Tekken video there, and I find it disappointing that people are saying that the Tekken video does a better job of conveying the story than the Tekken games. And I'll come at it from this point of view. I think there's a brand of person out there that is incapable of consuming media and understanding it. And they want everything spoon-fed to them. And this is incredibly popular. Everyone wants media to be consumable by everybody and anybody, regardless of their intellect, regardless of how much attention they're paying. There's a directive at Netflix. We know it's true. We've read it. We've seen stories about it. That the story needs to be consumable when it's on a separate monitor. And they're not paying attention to it. And the point I'm trying to make is people who play Silent Hill and they need to go online and look up Silent Hill Explained, Silent Hill 2 Explained, the story of Silent Hill 2 Explained, the story of Silent Hill 3 Explained. That's the kind of intellectual laziness that I think makes up the vast majority of people who like AI. Now, if that's you, I'm sorry. But I'm not going to take it back, and I'm not going to truly be sorry for saying it, because I believe it and I've seen it in my life many times. And I don't have a ton of respect for that approach, because it tells me the person has no interest in making up their own mind and coming to a conclusion on their own and attempting to understand something. So, well, I mean, yeah, we know that. We know that the average reading level is 6th grade. I'm glad you can type now, Lizard. Lizard Wizard. It's actually a pretty fucking cool name, actually. Yeah, Scrunch, the post, the hard up Twitter post is actually connected to the video that people are claiming does a better job of telling the Tekken story. I'm not saying Tekken is the best fucking story in the world. I don't really care about Tekken, but it's not the fighting game for me, but okay, this should come closer to the center like this. And then we'll see. A Street Fighter, Soul Calibur, classic Guilty Gear, not new Guilty Gear. I'm a Marvel vs. Capcom fan. 1 and 2. Darkstalkers. But I don't really play fighting games anymore. I don't have the time, you know? Soul Calibur less so. More middle era Soul Calibur for me. Man, Lizard, we were just talking about how the most underskilled and unprepared generation of people is coming up behind us. It's very scary. They're being robbed. But yeah, we don't have to. I personally, like I said, I mean, if you guys want to talk about it, we can talk about it. But my well on it is dry, because I just find it to be a relatively dry conversation topic personally, because it always goes in the same direction. You either like it or you don't like it, you know. Why is this? Huh. Turn off the wireframe. I like the concept of the hair spike. What about that shiny new fighting game? I'm an old head. If it wasn't out in the 90s, I probably don't know about it. Or maybe the early 2000s. Third Strike, yeah. One of the best. What if I get rid of this vert and then we do maybe the other way? And maybe she just doesn't need it. Let's look at some of the NPCs. Okay, hold on. Let's not get rid of this just yet. Let's go to Mega Man Legends here. She's got some flyaways, which are cute. They are flat triangles. Okay. Hey, Monka, thank you for the gift sub, buddy. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving it to that guy over there. A regular in the community. Thank you. The caps lock is fully AI'd now. The boob shape here is pretty nice, actually. She has a fish barrette that's insanely cute. Holy cow. And the fish necklace. I don't remember her. Let's take a look. Oops. Get that shit out of here. She's got the very spiky hair. And the flyaways. Nearing the big 400. Dude, you are, man. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Look at how high res this is. I can say I've been mildly impressed with AI. But most of the time, if I ask it to do any marginally difficult task, it fails spectacularly. Christmas was good. Christmas was good. Lavender and Elsie came over, and we hung out, and they stayed for a crazy long amount of time, which was very welcome. And we had a really good Christmas. Mrs. Merck and I had some roast chicken. I made some souffle. It was really nice. We had a traditional Dutch snack of sugared candied pears, basically, soaked in wine and spices. It was very nice. Yeah, I hope yours was good, Monka. I hope you had a blast. I hope you got everything you wanted. I hope Santa Claus, or whatever the Danish version, he came to you and he gave you all the boat floaties you wanted. You got some epic gifts? Damn, dude, nice. See? Right, I think I got an idea of what we can do here. What'd you get, though? What was the most epic? What was the big number one on the list? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Attack Blimp? She doesn't really have a lot of flyaways. Some AirPod Pro 3s. Is AirPod Pro like the headphones? Or are they still AirPods? Where they go in your ear? This is how out of touch I am with reality. Which version of Mega Man Legends do you prefer? I think Mega Man Legends 2 is a better game. Production-wise and like gameplay-wise, I think it's a better game. I think the style of Mega Man Legends 1 is probably a little more charming. Max is the headset. Okay. Very cool then. Very cool. I think I have AirPods from AirPods 1 generation. I'm still rocking the Grandpa edition. Okay, I'm gonna cut some edges in. I don't care. We're not gonna go over budget. That's not the plan, but... Aw, thank you, Monka. Yeah, I think things have been really kicking ass in the community lately. Lots of people posting some really nice art. Everybody's been working hard. Yeah, streams popping off. There's more to come. There's something I was gonna reveal, but it probably makes more sense to do it tomorrow, now that I think about it. I put a lot of work into some extra stuff for the stream. It's out there if you know where to look, but... Okay, what if I subdivide? Oh shit, thank you. Holy crap. God, man, I have to manage so many fucking things all the time. Ah, you're right. It points to my... I turned it off. It points to the B-Sky instead of .com. Yeah. Thank you. I big appreciate that. Holy cow. Holy cow. Thank you. Let me double check it. It's funny, I'm sure hundreds of people have gone there. Maybe no one's clicking on the blue sky. Yeah, there we go. Appreciate that. Oh my god, her hair is looking horrible. Oh, fuck. It's updated though. Actually, let me check my socials alert on stream here. That could be fucked up too. Nope, that one's correct. Let me check one more thing here. Duplicate action. Change this to... Change that. Okay. Alright, I fixed a bunch of stuff today on stream too. But yeah, I have something that should be super useful for the stream and for people who enjoy the stream that I will... I guess I could mention it right now. It's not really a big deal. Okay, let me show you. Oops, let me show you. Some of you may have already discovered it, but I got Twitch homepage there. It was very loud. Okay. If you go in here and you scroll below the stream, this is what you're watching right now, and you scroll down, you'll find that there's a chunk here for schedule. These are not organized properly. Number one, if you click on Witch's Butler, you can go check out the game I'm working on, Witch's Butler, on Steam, and check out the Steam page store. Wishlist it, help us out. You can check out the Eagle thing here for image organization. It's what I use for my image organization. And if you purchase it using this link, I get a pretty huge kickback. It's awesome. So thank you to everyone who has purchased. Because multiple people have. It's been very good. Thank you. And additionally, there's schedule. And if you click on schedule, it takes you to my website. And the website now has a actual schedule that is relevant to what I have scheduled in my calendar. Now, I know I could quote unquote technically use the Twitch schedule thing, but that fucking sucks. It's so difficult to use. So I wrote my own on my website. And as you can see, the Megaman Legends Ashley event is currently going. It's 4 days long. There's technically 2 days left. That's not 100% correct. I need to find a way to make this matter because my streams almost always cross between 2 different days. So it's a little sketchy, but it works for what it's worth. It also displays time off, and it also displays what's coming up so you guys can see. And I'm actually going to have a relatively detailed schedule moving forward. This is going to update slightly in the next few days. This was just the initial project layout for testing it. So I'm going to update this in the next day or two. And then it should be true for the rest of the month. But you can see I have a commission project I'm going to work on. We're going to dive into some minis. The stream anniversary is going to happen. The anniversary specifically is going to happen over the course of 2 to 3 days. And then the anniversary project is going to continue. It's going to be a really cool project. You guys are really going to like it. I don't think there'll be a disappointed eye in the house. And then I want to fit in maybe a classic anime project, doing something in line with that. That should be a lot of fun. I still have to decide. And then in February, we are actually going to do a Resident Evil 9 playthrough. That's something I really want to do. I don't play a lot of games on the channel, but I did want to block something in that I think would just be really fun for the community. I know there would be a bunch of people that could just enjoy it. It's also, honestly, it's just good for content. Like, I have to think about that now. I have to think about creating stuff that gives people a way to find me. Resident Evil 4 is a good way to find me. I know some people that watch the stream found me because of Xenoblade Chronicles X when I was playing that on stream for like a day, right? Some people found me that are fans and they like hanging out. Some people found me through what was the other one I was playing that people found me? Metal Gear. When I did my Metal Gear marathon, I played 1 and 2 back to back. Some people found me from the Metal Gear community and they hang out here still. So very cool. So yeah, this is it. And it'll always tell you if I'm online too. Not that it really matters for you guys, but yeah. And if you go to Linktree, well, I won't go there because that's my actual account, but yeah, you can find it on Linktree too. So there you go. And now you should have a pretty accurate idea of what's coming up in the schedule. So if I ever talk about something or I mention a thing that's coming up, go check the stream schedule in the About section, and there's a chance you'll find exactly what I'm talking about, and it tells you the dates that it's occurring on, it tells you when I'm going to be taking time off, all that stuff. So I'm trying to be, this is something we talked about for the past 2 years. I know we're coming up on the anniversary. It's the 2-year anniversary. And check it out. I'll show you this. Watch. Let me move my calendar. I don't actually want to show you my calendar because it has other like relevant private things on it. But if we go in here, and I'm going to update my stream anniversary to this. Okay, so I updated it just now. I'll show you. Right here. I updated it just now to 2nd stream anniversary surprise project. So if I hit F5, 2nd anniversary surprise stream project. So whenever I update my calendar, it updates for you guys as well. So you see everything that I put in here and all the little details there. So I just wanted to share that. I'll share it again tomorrow. And I'm going to make a little button for schedule. So we can do like exclamation mark schedule. I'm actually going to do that right now so people can check the schedule whenever they want. Because I know in the past, I have told you guys that I want to get my shit together. Like actually have a start time, actually have a schedule, blah, blah, blah. And over the past 2 years, I've wanted to do that. But obviously I never really did it. It's always been kind of haphazard. And I'm not going to say I feel bad. Because I don't necessarily feel bad. But I also acknowledge that if I want to take this stuff more seriously, I have to act more seriously about it. So, yeah. Okay, let me add this to my bot here that posts different things for me. Perfect. All right. Yeah, I'm definitely year 2 to the year 2 to 3. Well, actually, it's going to be the beginning of year 3 streaming. So the 3rd year, we're taking it more seriously. We're really gonna lean in. This project is literally the start of, you know, me treating this a little more seriously and spending some real time here trying to build the audience and grow the community. Okay, I think this is looking pretty good. What I want to do before we're going to do UVs tomorrow. We're not going to do a bunch of that tonight. We're definitely going to tackle that tomorrow. But one thing I do want to try before we call it is I want to duplicate these legs. And I want to try the leg warmers idea. Screw it. I'll just delete these. That's fine. I think her toes come out really far. That's one thing I'm noticing in comparison to all the other girls. Yeah. It's kind of funny how they almost all the girls are in sort of order. It's kind of funny. Okay, grab this. We could kill the heel too, and that would save 1, 2, 3, 4 triangles. Okay, so she right now is at 484 triangles, and roll is at 474. So we are 10 triangles over the cinematic budget for roll. I like the look of the heels too. I guess we could do this. We could get a bunch of Hollies back if we do this. So we do 468 now if we get those back. It's tough to say it's tough to say if that's the move. I need my emotional support Ashley back. It's tough to say if that's the move though. I like... Okay, let's try this. Let's try making her toes here shorter. Because in my opinion, shorter definitely improves the cuteness factor. And that's huge. Oh my god, God, can I just have the selection box back? Thank you. Let me turn this on as well. Turn that one off. So if we go back to the boot, she's at 468. And if we go with the sock, the leg warmer, it's the same. The leg warmer might have a more striking silhouette, and the funny thing is actually closer to the original boot silhouette now that I look at it. Whether that's a good thing or not, I don't know. Silhouette. Look, Mom, now I'm a real low poly modeler. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Stupid. I mean, if it helps, do it, but... I think this looks pretty good. I think my biggest concern at the moment is that I kind of wish the shirt tie was a little better, but I can paint it. I can paint it on. I mean, a lot of it is going to be painted on, right? We're going to paint the arms kind of wrapping around and connecting here. So it might actually be one of those things where, like, you know, one thing I really like about ZBrush, individual objects have their own history. I wish I could just roll this one back. What's up, Ofsky? Yeah, I'm probably not going to be grinding for too much longer, but I'm solving the problem. We are going to make this Ashley fucking awesome. I'm kind of treating it like we're gonna paint this on and then we're gonna paint the other piece over here. I'm still scared. I'm actually not that scared now that I think about it. And here's why. If we grab the skirt is going to be so low poly that we can do this. And if we rotate, the skirt does that. So it actually does stretch pretty nicely. We can grab this and this. Right, so if we rotate the skirt, it's mirrored, that's why it's looking stupid. Let me turn this off. We're gonna get rid of this upper portion, so it just clips through the bottom. So if we really wanted to, they would never do this, by the way. But if we were feeling like really frisky and we wanted maximum control, we would do this. And then we would, whatever the tool is for slide. We would do that. And then we wouldn't edit those back ones. We would do that. And you can kind of see how it holds her butt. We can slide this down. Not too far down. So if you send it too far down, it'll collapse almost immediately. It'll look like shit. See, you want to be careful. You can see it happening there. Kind of collapsing. You'd put a triangle there. Well, there'd always be a triangle there, but it would have to be pre-decided, so it's just going to collapse on one side or another. It's not bad, though. I would only add those edges if they were absolutely necessary, though. Because those are very easy to add. Would you ever have, like, a wide-legged run? Thinking about how Megaman has a pretty long gait. She would probably have a different run. One of the goals is actually, if we have time, otherwise I'll do it in my free time, to put an actual rig in here. I'm hoping that on the third day, maybe the fourth, if we need the fourth day, to add a really basic rig to her, and then actually be able to give that rig to Mrs. Merc to animate. In the new year and have her do a few animations. But you kind of just have to be okay with clipping, you know? We can actually restore a few polys right now. Like, we can save a bunch if we go in here and we don't need these. There we go. We literally just got rid of a huge chunk of polys. Yeah, clipping and exposed stuff happens, and that's okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm very scared. I just realized something. Does it actually count the mirrored triangles? Oh, thank God. Okay. I was like, is it not counting? Yeah, when it's not in edit mode. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I was about to have a fucking panic attack. I was like, dude. Okay, yeah, we just scrounged up a bunch of polygons. So we are 447 for roll, and we are at 448 right now. Look at that. To answer the question though, I don't think she would have a super wide leg run, in my opinion. I think she's going to have a more feminine run than Megaman does. Like I won't promise anything because obviously, actually, we don't want to do it that way. We want to do it this way. If we move these shapes down, it will change the actual silhouette of her leg. And we don't want to do that. So what we want to do is we want to look at that cut corner there. And we want to go to the front. And then we want to go to edit mode. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Go here. Get out of that mode. Oh, great. Not what I wanted to do. Oh, there's still one left. Ah, damn it. It didn't cut through. Fucking A. That still gets me about Blender, is that actions don't pass through unless you're in transparency mode, and they always pass through in Maya. So it's at least I assume they pass. Oh, they don't. Not even in transparency mode? Is it down here at the cut through? Ah, you have to hit C. Okay. I read the tooltip. I tooltipped. Alright, I tooltipped. You got me. You got me. The fact that things... my statement stands, though. The fact that things do not cut through is still strange to me. All Maya tools cut and grab and pick through everything. Which, to me, at this point in my life, feels like everything should operate that way. It's very rare I don't want it to do that, to be fair. Okay. So what I was going to say is that I can't promise anything. But Mrs. Merc does want to animate some stuff. So having her animate this Ashley style character is going to be pretty exciting. And so one thing we can do is after she gets a few animations done for her, we can actually take a stream and we can put her into Unreal. And we can, I'm not going to say make a game with her, right? But we can put her into Unreal and we can set her up with a proper character controller and we can drive her around and actually give her some purpose. I'm going to do this. I'm going to increase her shoulders just a little bit. I don't know if they actually did this in Mega Man Legends, but I'm doing it. But it could be fun. It could be a good way to see her actually move, give her like a walk, run. And just see whatever Mrs. Merc wants to animate with her. We might use her on stream too. Get that emotional support Ashley back up. Okay. I think she's looking pretty good, actually. And at this point, I feel like there's a little more we could do with her. And she still has, let's see, 474. She's at 4... Why are her boots... Her boots are 60 polys? Hold on a minute. Is that true? 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. 10, 12. Yeah, I guess so. This needs to be fixed. This needs to be fixed, though. Let's do this. Let's fix this up. Yeah, I think she's reading as Ashley too. I'm pretty happy with it so far. We are going to grab these. And we're gonna separate. No, we're not. Oh, wait, no, we already do that. It's one quad here. What? $56, yeah, that seems right. And 28. 38. Yeah, I guess I was just kind of blown away that there's so many polys in her boots. Her head and her torso are pretty high. Her head makes sense for being so high. God. She's cute. The other characters definitely show more of the waist. The waist is much sharper. Actually, I think it's because of the shirt. Okay. Oh, fuck, ads. Get out of here, ads. I think it's coming along. I think there's some cuteness here I like. I think we trusted the process. I'm gonna put her mouth there. And we got mostly what we wanted. I do want to make sure that her thickness is about on brand with the other girls. I think my Ashley... Look at that fat ass she has. God damn. Scooch. Okay. Gonna grab both of them. My Ashley is quite thin. So let's do some last minute edits here. Actually, I'm just going to grab these. I wonder... That looks better. That looks better. Yeah, she's packing, bro. I told you I was gonna deliver. Ashley's gonna look like a woman, okay? I like that in the silhouette we can read the sweater. That's what I wanted. And we get the ears from the front and the sweater peeking behind her waist. The skirt. These leg warmer slash boots things. They're working. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think she's looking pretty good so far, actually. So I'm going to encourage everybody to save their work. If you haven't saved your work. I haven't saved mine. Which is frightening. Wildly frightening. I know it auto-saves most of the time, but don't be like me. Don't do an 8 fucking hour stream and not save once. Be better than me. Okay, let me make a new folder. This is 60, what is this, 66? Ashley MML. Ashley 01. Save as. Yeah. Sometimes you do stupid things. I'm just in the zone, you know. We're hanging out, we're chatting, we're talking. Then you forget. It's a headache from the sound of road, cheeks clapping. Wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, so we came in for what are we? So 6. $26 polygons we still have left. We still have 26 triangles. Not polygons, triangles. We have 26 triangles left. So we're 26 under. Under roll. Under the cinematic roll. Which is great. We can actually build up this little tie knob thingy. We could do something like that tomorrow. One thing I do want to try here before we... because I don't want to do a bunch of editing tomorrow. I want to see if... maybe that does anything? I don't like that. I like her subtle hair. It's cute. You shaved off 66 tries. Fucking sweet. I'm thinking I can shave off 8 more. Just from separating the limbs, yeah. What I can also do, well, we can do this. We can make the more cinematic arm that penetrates like that and creates a rounder edge. We can poke the face and pull it up for 4 triangles because I have 26 triangles. So 4 times 4 is 16. 8 and 8 is 16. And that would leave 10 triangles under roll. So negative 10. And then those 10, I could literally do 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 for another little piece of the sweater to hang down. Or we could do 10. This would be 10 because it's 8 on the outside, 10 in the middle. 1 flat plane here. And 1 flat plane here. So yeah, we could do 10. This would be 12. And then this one would be 14. Thank you, Starry. Oh, yeah, I'll have a sip of water. Thank you very much. I'm doing polygon math at the moment. And by removing this bottom half, we would regain 4, 6. So we'd be back to 16. And then we would subtract 2, 4, so we'd have 12. So we'd actually end up, if we changed this as well, we'd end up with a profit of 12 triangles. Is there an easy, fast way to clear the grease pencil? I just have an annotate on.
V has come too.
Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, so we end up with a positive 12. Get out a grease pencil, dude. What are we doing here? Escape. Okay. Get out a grease pencil. Escape. Give me this. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill this machine if it grease pencils me one more time. Okay. That was me being stupid. I'm actually just going to separate these. Screw it. It's fine. It'll be easier to do. We can now hide this. And then, like the cinematic versions, we can poke the face for 4 triangles. Pull this up. think about it. Probably not that high. So let's assume it's right there. Yeah, see, it almost works, but it pokes out the top, so we definitely need to... adds a little more character. I actually don't think her upper arms look high enough, look long enough. They look too short. They are for me. It should be down by her elbow, should be by her waist. Because the rest of their elbows go past their waist. Hers are at the waist. Tron's below that. And then their wrists go below where the crotch would be. So I'm gonna just grab this, scooch it down a little bit. I don't want her to have super fucking lanky arms, but okay. That looks much better. Okay, and then poke face. This might not even be necessary, honestly, but I do want to just, I kind of want to use the triangles. Okay, grab that. She's at 456. Check that out. 456. Yeah. So we could do this. Now we're at 450. Yeah, I think maybe this is the way. We can fix this, I know, for sure, because the sweater arm is coming through straight and going here, and then this one is coming around and wrapping over. Honestly, they probably would have just drawn it on. They probably would not have even bothered with a little block that I put there. Okay, well, I think she's pretty much there. There's only a really small amount left to do. So tomorrow we're going to come back. We are going to do UVs on her. And like I said before, we are going to do test layout. So we're going to use some of the facial features here. We're just going to lay everything out and sort of map it. And then we're going to go into a sprite. And we are going to start building our own texture, and we are going to translate Ashley, our #1 lady here, star of the show, into the low poly version that we see here. We are going to try and make a few faces for her tomorrow as well. We'll try to give her a couple expressions, and we may do some material setup for those expressions. I've never done this in Blender before, so I might need some help. But I'm interested in learning, and I'd love to know more about doing it. And yeah, I think once we do that, time permitting, we'll try to rig her and go from there. But I think at the moment, she is she's looking great, actually. I'm really happy with this. So it just goes to show, and the whole point of the project is to show you that if you sit down and you put in that effort and you really study the source material and you plan for it and you think about it, you can really come away with some really nice quality products. Yeah, I've heard the A-Sprite plugin works, so I'd love to try that. If you remember, please remind me, because I'd like to plug that in and get that working. And we can set up a camera in camera kind of thing on stream, so you guys can see A-Sprite mostly. If I don't show up to your next stream, it's because George Locust put a bounty on me. All right. I don't think he will. He doesn't own it anymore. So it'd be Disney, honestly. It'd be the mouse. It's nice to see it update in real time from A-Sprite. Please, I'm going to write it down, but please remind me tomorrow before we get into it. I would love to try that. I'm really excited. I honestly, I'd completely forgotten about it until you just reminded me. So that would have been a fucking nightmare. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, everybody, I am going to head to bed. I will be back tomorrow. We'll keep this going. Don't forget, you can check the schedule page on my website. It's the live stream tab on the website, or you !schedule. You can see the schedule of everything that's coming up on the stream, all the stuff we're going to be doing. And you're welcome, everybody. You're welcome, Din. Thanks for the raid again. Thanks for dropping in and sending your viewers my way. Always appreciated. I don't think anyone we know is rateable right now. But let me check. We haven't been rating people lately. I feel bad about it. But yeah, no one I know is ever really streaming right now. I want to raid a couple people. Yeah, but I would raid and run, and I don't think anyone's streaming right now. Scrunch is live? We'll send everybody over to Scrunch. Why didn't you say so, Scrunch? Are you fucking memeing right now? Okay, well, first of all, I can't spell your fucking name. K, it's with a K, K, K. Yeah, okay. Okay. You are live right now. Oh, you're fucking doing it. He's fucking doing it. Alright, we're raiding him. Alright, he brought this on himself. This is his own fault. You guys are in for a blast from the fucking past, man. He's making sexy Jar Jar Binks, okay? he's making sexy Jar Jar Binks. Let's get out of here before we get fucking ads again, alright, everybody? Good luck on the other side, alright? I'll see you there.
I heard something.